All right.
And we're live. Hello and welcome to the latest episode of Quant Gang, episode number 50, where we will talk about sacrificing for PulseX, the different strategies involved there, as well as this amazing online Hex conference that we've got scheduled to happen later this week. I'm joined here by a couple of great guys, Wave 3 and Sticker Guy. What's up?
Hello.
Good. How are you guys doing? How's your Tuesday going, or early start of the week still? So how are things going for you guys going into the, I guess with the sack phase and everything going on?
My Tuesday is going so well. It's already Wednesday.
Yeah, so you're over there in Europe, and I'm here in the United States. It's been a super busy week for me. I know getting everything set up for not only the online conference, but the in-person conference that's coming up here. I did want to make an announcement to everybody. Today is the last day that you can buy tickets to the in-person Las Vegas Hex conference that I'm hosting in order to get them for $369. And then the price will go up to $555.50. Those are completely random numbers that have nothing to do with the Hex smart contract. Just kidding. It's a quant joke, okay?
I didn't get it. Please explain.
So we're all set. With that, you can go to hexticket.com or hexconference.com. And today's the last day to get those tickets at the cheaper price. 300 tickets have been sold and 300 tickets remain. So if people want to see a new all-time high for the largest Hex meetup of all time, that's going to be happening here March 6th through 9th. And the tickets are on sale now, hexticket.com. What do you guys think?
I think it's awesome. I would love to come, but I cannot because I'm from Europe. So, is there a streaming event while the event is live?
We haven't made the final decisions yet, especially because we want people to go ahead and buy tickets. But I think that it'll be some things will be streamed and some things won't. But if you guys see my track record, you know, I stream events even when I'm not at them, like the London event. Did. That was one of the highest viewed videos of all time on this channel, was the 12,000 people who tuned in for Hex's second birthday, the online stream that was from New York and London that I hosted. So I'm excited to host parts of the in-person Hex conference, and that's a great question.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see the events in 2022 because it was nice. It was nice getting in on the original the original event over at Vegas, as I believe that was the first really big in-person event just before the summer. So that was a lot of fun. And then the community is already a lot bigger on crypto Twitter compared to when that event took place. So I think it's natural we're going to see more events across the community. I remember the Hex conference too. This was actually the last one I think took place was in January as well, January 2021, or basically a year prior to the one that's coming up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so so later this week we'll have the online Hex conference, and then the in-person Hex conference in March will be bigger than the event that I put on in Las Vegas last June. On June 24th, we had Hexakin.Vegas, first mass Hex meetup, and there were 369 people who attended that. And then the London event, like I said, then probably took the all-time high and had 400 people in attendance there just recently on December 2nd. And so, yeah, we're really excited to see how many people can get involved. And there's going to be a lot of similarities in the speakers and the way that the conference is set up between the online and in-person. But we will have some people giving different talks. For example, Abid and Patrick from the US Road Tour, they're doing a keynote on day one of the online Hex conference. And then at the in-person conference, they'll be not talking about the power of T-shares, but talking about their experience driving around the country, stopping in 40 cities, putting on workshops and educational seminars for Hex. So there will be some people that will give refined speeches at the in-person event. Some people will give separate topics. And you know, since the last time I went live, a lot of people have confirmed. So we've got almost all the names. I know the one that I'm the most excited about right now for the Hex conference is the Sens Foundation, who I will be pre-recording with tomorrow. Being on the phone with the, you know, one of the directors of outreach there and hearing her say, yes, Richard, you know, helped us raise 27 million for charity. I'm not aware that the Sens Foundation has made a bunch of like public statements like that. And so I'm really excited that that we'll be able to hear from them. We'll be able to hear what is the money being used for. And part of my pitch to them also is I want to continue giving to the Sens Foundation. Like me personally, I sacrificed some of my Pulse to Sens. And while the PulseX sacrifice does not include the Sens Foundation this time, the Sens Foundation will still be, I think, an important part of some of the kind of the associations that Hexicans have, kind of teamwork makes the dream work type thing. And people who are time locking their money for 6 years or 15 years, like they're incentivized to take better care of their health. And so being involved with the Sens Foundation, donating to them, I think it's a perfect match.
Yeah, I think the opportunity for the Sens Foundation to talk back to the Hex community is great, and for us to get a feeling where the money is going and what they're doing is, I think it makes everything just a little bit more real and easier to understand. And I also think that will be very interesting. But to be honest, there's so much nice people on this conference coming. I could not really decide which one.
Oh, I
Everything
know.
looks
Yeah.
so nice. Like
Me too. I can't choose a favorite time slot, or, you know, all these presentations are going to be amazing. As we've been replaying the last Hex conference in the past week on my channel, I've been rewatching it, and it's good stuff, man. Like I'm crying, I'm laughing, I'm, you know, getting my FOMO pants on.
I mean, look at it. We have true OGs. We have new people. We have women. We have TA guys. We have fundamentalists. We have devs explaining what the fuck they're doing. We have Richard Hart. We have Justice Hill, who is, you know, he was
NFL player. Yes.
Yeah, the NFL player. I only hear from him about Twitter, and I'm excited to hear what he is, because I think it will be besides Twitter, his first official talking. And also there's a lot of people
he's streamed with a couple other people, but not on in the Hex community, but not on the topic of sudden wealth syndrome or how being a professional athlete relates. Well, so I think he touched on that before, but sitting down with Blaze and I and being able to talk about sudden wealth syndrome and pro sports, I think is going to be an interesting panel. And that's what I saw from the conference last year. For example, you know, some of the panels that Wave 3 was on and stuff, it was fascinating to see the group of people put together, because they were not all saying the same thing. And that's another thing that I want to emphasize, kind of something I like about Quan Gang. The last time we talked about sacrificing for Pulse and how to use your strategy and, you know, what should your strategy be for that? We had 4 different opinions on the show, and they all added value, and we weren't sitting there arguing with each other too bad to the point where, you know, the show didn't go on. And so it was really great to have the different opinions for that. And so I'm hoping that today we'll be able to get to that topic. To close out this, I just want to thank everybody for, if you're a speaker, for confirming. that you can attend. I need confirmations from everybody. So I've been working through my list. I've been getting them all for the first day. And so that's all looking really good. If you have not confirmed yet, message me back. And get a ticket to the in-person Hex conference before the price goes up after today. So it's $369 until a few hours from now. The price will go up to $555. And thank you also to people who are going out there and sharing the landing page for the YouTube channel for the Hex conference. And so again, if you go to hexconference.com, you can invite people that you care about. We will start from the beginning and explain what is Hex, what are T-shares, and then have a really great program for people who are new and people who are old. So I think those are the announcements that I have for now about the Hex conference. And so I'm just really excited. I'm really tired from setting everything up, but it also energizes me to see the community coming together.
Yeah, the new YouTubers, I already notice a good portion of the new YouTubers. So there's already a lot more new individuals participating this time around. So it puts in perspective the growth of the network effect, so to say, over time. So that's always really cool to see when you have these snapshots over time and hexagons that wherever your baseline is, you'll be able to see sort of those snapshots over on a yearly basis and see the size change, because the size of the community is much bigger today with the event that's taking place. You can even see it like I remember Maddie had the dev so under day 3, the dev in the top right corner. I forget what his name is, but he's a really cool guy. He's the one that was talking about the bridging on one of your streams. So there's already a lot more participation taking place, even from a developer standpoint. There's a lot of building taking place on Pulse Chain, both with what Staker app is building and anything Richard Hart is building as well. So that's I think there was a stream recently from Richard where he mentioned specifically the consensus network, and he wants everything. He said he wants store value, consensus network, and that is of course what Pulse Chain will allow for, the consensus network. And then over time, because there's the ecosystem is getting bigger and bigger, so it's now solving other problems. This list over time, it's gonna be wild seeing it like 4 to 5 years from now. So it's still, from my view, it's still early considering where we are today, but it is also a much bigger snapshot compared to the event that took place last year. So yeah, good job, Maddie, organizing it, because I know it's a lot with thanks. A lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, 80 speakers, you can't beat that. And Richard tweeted out, so I just dropped the link here to thank me for putting it on. And again, I'm thanking the community, and we'll keep moving on to our other topics here, but I appreciate you guys weighing in on that. And shout out to, I'm not sure if the person who commented like saying hi to us here is the same person who we found has been making all this awesome content. Hex Mackenzie, shout out to you. There's a lot of quantitative oriented graphics that have been made here that just break things down very beautifully. And so we'll probably, want to be sharing those materials as well. So whenever we find a Hexagon who's really putting out awesome content, we like to thank them and highlight them and stuff. So I'm going to drop the link here to their Twitter. People can follow Hex Mackenzie.
Yeah, please follow. I think she's doing great artwork, and I really enjoy everything she's doing. Big fan. Well, that actually is just the Excel spreadsheet of the last sacrifice phase.
Okay, for the Pulse one.
But yeah, I think that's the multiplier on how it worked. So because last time it was a little bit different from now, because now we have like first 10 days with a flat bonus, and then it's decaying. And last time this spreadsheet was important because for me, when I joined when I first heard about the whole pricing for Pulse Chain the first time, we were on day 15 or 16, I think. So for me, it was better to wait a few days to get the flat 1.75x bonus than to only get a 1.7 bonus. I don't remember exactly, but maybe someone can do the same sheet for this sacrifice phase. But right now, I think it's just better to sacrifice in the first 10 days.
Me too. Yeah, I think sacrificing in the beginning period, it makes sense for a lot of people. And what we'll say is we all have a different understanding of what this sacrifice means to us and what our strategy is going to be. But I think now that we're 15 minutes into the video, we've got 120 people watching. Hit the like and subscribe button, and maybe the three of us can get into our discussion about what our strategies are going to be or have been already for the PulseX sacrifice.
All right. Who starts?
I can, I guess, provide some insight as to how I'm personally going about the sacrifice. And if history does repeat, at least if you look at Pulse as a reference point, the earlier was just better on Pulse Chain. That that if you look at the tale that was told during the sacrifice in July, those that waited longer, they just had a less. They just ended up with less points relative to where they could have had, at least earlier on during the sacrifice period. Now, that does appear to be the case so far. That can obviously change on a weekly basis, but the way I look at it is, if you are serious about PulseX, and I know there's plenty of hexagons that have contributed to the Pulse sacrifice as well. If you're trying to basically play things day to day, there's of course like the buffer you have until the 10th as far as the rewards go. I was getting that a higher bonus for getting in before the 10th. But if you just look at the overall results, I think anybody that's trying to make, it's basically you're playing with leverage. If you're trying to speculate on pieces while a lot of this is going on, so sure, maybe studying the perfect form of standpoint. The grand scheme of things, during this whole sacrifice period, only 1-3 weekly tables that are relevant, and it's got a price chart that there's no resolution on that. You're sort of just taking a leap of faith. The market does over a very short period.
I don't hear anything. Something.
Yeah, that's what I was just checking on. Wave 3, I think your audio is messed up. So go ahead and I guess try to fix that if you can, or maybe go to voice only instead of video and see if that helps.
I was waiting a moment because I was.
There we go.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, it's better,
I'm not sure if that happens again. I'll just go to audio only. But yeah, my take on the sacrifice period is, if you just look at prior results at least for Pulse, those that sacrificed earlier on received higher points. In fact, day one was the best day for Pulse. Obviously, we don't have the results on the price chart to determine whether that's also true for PulseX. But the reality is, because the sacrifice period only takes place over a short duration, what's going to happen day to day on the market during that duration is mostly going to be a leap of faith, because the moves on price charts tend to they eventually play out. It's just trying to speculate the perfect play during a short window, which is really, for optimal points, you have until the 10th. That's not a lot of time. on a price chart. So if you're basically using prices at that point, you're I just consider it gambling, to be honest, if you're speculating on prices during the window where you get the most points. So I just kind of look at it as if you are serious and if you are looking to get PulseX exposure, you know, if you just look at what took place for Pulse Chain, those that sacrificed earlier, just they got more points and they're going to end up with more Pulse tokens. So far, that does appear to be the case for PulseX so far, but eventually time will tell the tale on it. So if you haven't done so early, I mean, I would still suggest like looking into it and at least getting, you know, a certain allocation if you do have that interest, because otherwise, you know, day to day, it's very hard to predict what the market does on a day to day basis, which is basically the best you have during the sacrifice period. If you're looking at things on like a monthly or a weekly time frame, over or multiple candles, then you could better speculate on prices. But because the window is closing in and because there's already an incentive in place where you get higher points up until the 10th, that to me is like the logical window, and that's your grace period. So I agree with Rothko's comments here, 10 days of opportunity and to not wait. So if you are serious on it, I would highly suggest getting that exposure in before the 10th.
Awesome. Good advice. Not financial advice. Good observations. Yes. I will say. Yeah. Good observation.
Yeah. Not financial advice. As mentioned, the sacrifice is, you know, you have your free speech as represented by the blockchain and your right to assemble. So that's what we have going into the PulseX sacrifice. So be very mindful to any decisions that you decide to make in this market. Though hexagons have obviously been extremely profitable up through the entire bull market cycle. So I have my exposure, so I'm ready when it goes live.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think, you know, if we really take a step back and look at like what the sacrifice phase looks like to outsiders outside of the community, I think it's important to note that it looks crazy. In some, you know, sense, it's like, why would you just send money to an address, right? But I think hexagons are well positioned to take advantage of the opportunity here because so many family offices, so many billionaires and 100 millionaires, they just have a policy. They don't sacrifice. That's not what they do. They you know, run around slitting people's throats and taking over companies and doing things like rigging markets that create a sure bet. And still, when we look at the game theory as hexagons, Richard already made us rich. Richard already has billions of dollars of other crypto. So the game theory suggests that this is something that at least we can trust to the point that we're willing to risk a certain amount of capital on it, knowing that capital could go to zero, knowing what the risks are. Like, everybody in Hex is going to be in a different financial situation and have a different relationship with money. And I've noticed, you know, in being a part of the OG hexagons, I've noticed, you know, that our relationship with money, it changes when the $100 that we put in 2 years ago is now worth $10,000 or something, right? The last time we had a Hex conference, the price was 25x lower. So like the price is done at 25x from, you know, 1.2 pennies all the way up to 23 cents now, or 25 or 30 or what, you know, wherever it's at. But it dipped down to a third of a penny. So if we look at the whole history of Quant Gang or the Hex conference, we can see that from the all-time low in the past year, Hex is up still maybe 70x or 100x from how deep it dipped to, right, to like a third of a penny. So I think that there's a different psychology when it comes to sacrificing when you didn't put in as much. And then it kind of depends how much of a sack are you going to do with your stack. So I think we should start a hashtag sack your stack. and we should make t-shirts. We should make stickers. That's why we got sticker guy here. And then we can encourage people to sacrifice with a catchy hashtag. But in the greater picture of things, I think we want to talk more about why we think PulseX has value. What's the value proposition? How does it compare to other cryptos that have a similar use case? How have those cryptos done? And again, to appreciate just the broader game theory that we have here with a Richard Hart coin. It's his third coin ever. It's deflationary. I see Karim is joining us. I want to remind people, Karim said swim with the whales, and he was right. Hey, Karim.
Hey, Maddie, what's going on? I'm sorry, I missed what you said. My connection is not the best. I apologize. We're driving right now.
I was giving you credit. You correctly said swim with the whales last week.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I wanted to make sure, just to remind some people, because again, the 10th is accelerating here. And I apologize. I'm probably going to be here only for about 20 minutes before I lose service again. We just got to like a town, and that's whole service. But yeah, I don't know where you guys are in the conversation, but I just want to hear first, and then I'll speak after when I get a minute.
We're going through our strategies for PulseX sacrifice. We've got Wave 3 TV here, and Sticker Guy. Sticker Guy is going to be the one who's running the green screen room for the Hex conference. So we've already talked about that and about how excited we are about the Hex conference. And now we'd love to hear from you, any updates that you have, and what your sacrifice strategy is for PulseX.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And then thanks for Hamadi. Quick side note for the conference. Because I'm not at my house, I might need help with the green screen or just find somewhere nice. I just want to make sure that's okay, because again, I'm not at my house, so I don't have anything that I typically use. So a little note for that. That said, for the sacrifice, very, very important. Swimming with the whale is fundamentally important because of the TWAP, right? Time weighted average price. That was the reason why, for those who were here last week, we went over that a little bit. And that's really what kind of makes everything starts. So if you haven't already sacrificed, then I highly suggest that you at least dollar cost average in. The good news is Richard and we as a community are seriously, and I say this seriously because as a head of business at Staker App and handling support, I see the volume coming in. We definitely have a lot of new people coming in, which is good, because guess what? Those new people, they need to ape into PulseX anyway, because they don't have a Hex bag. They don't even have a Pulse bag. So that's going to be their way to kind of compensate. But if you sit there and you just rely on that, it's a very, very dangerous strategy. The reason why it's a dangerous strategy is because some whale, not the God whale, because God whale is just having fun and trolling everybody with a 7777 sacrifice, which was epic. Some of those other ones might try to push the price down to protect their sacrifice value for whatever the reason might be. So you may or may not want to rely on that, because again, you're going back to that gambler mindset strategy, which I always advise against. So that's the first kind of order of business. You know what I mean? You have until January 10th before those, fees start to ratchet up. Keep an eye on that. We definitely have some strong buying that's going to continue to come as we continue to punch higher and higher, and some gates are starting to fall. I've been seeing on Twitter some, people that used to say not so good thing about Hex, they're all trying to, turning around. I got a breaking news. I'm actually going to be potentially, I don't know expectation of work of others, but I might be potentially onboarding a celebrity tomorrow at 2 p.m. Somebody that I met when I was in the club at Live, which is a big club in Miami. So even when you party, right, you always gotta be networking. So, and I want to know more about what's going on with Hex and see what we were doing. And I wine and dine, and now I got an interview. Now I gotta go and drop value. But what's amazing is that it's somebody that I've been looking for a while, for 2+ years. Teaching people again about financial freedom, about credit, about investing, passive income. So it's the kind of person that follows the ethos of what we're doing. It's not just a random person that just happens to, be known and have a lot of money. So those are the kind of people I like to prioritize. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so you want to look at it like, okay, January 10 is coming. I need to start at least dollar cost averaging sacrifice. If I haven't already, look at the Hex that's left. But understand that there's kind of at this level, because most of the big were already sacrificed, you got to ask yourself, there's 3 types of individual, and I want to talk to those 3 types. There is the Hexagon OG, there is the PulseX OG, and then there is the guy that's just kind of brand new, very excited, and then, what can I do type of thing. Because there is slightly different strategies that I'm looking at based on who you actually are. Because number one, to beat a dead horse, because repetition is the mother of all skill, hex is still hex. Number one is still number one. The money printers is the single most important thing. Hex clip, quant clip, hear what I'm about to say. If there's only one fucking thing you hear about me say is what I'm about to say here. The money printer is the single most important thing. Do not play checkers, play chess. I will give away 100x move if I can have a money printer that can print 10+ years. Let me say it again. I will give away 100x move just to get a money printer that can compound print money for years. This is the opportunity that you have. Last week, with Wave 3 here, debunked, let you guys know, there's a high probability that when PX launch, it's going to be parity value because, again, all the arms are going to come and handle the business. So that's going, and chances are, it's going to become more valuable over time. So we want to be very, very careful about giving away that money printer because we also know for a fact that the sacrifice will be closed before Pulse Chain even launch. So which means whatever you sacrifice in Hexterm also, you will no longer be able to turn that into a T-share. So you need to put that into your calculation as an opportunity cost. So, and I look things long term because my T-share, they're heavy. They're, 10, 15 years. And in my mind, not easily giving that away. So why is that important? The new guy, which is option 3, listening this right now, any hexes you can, and your first order of business, I need to do my staking ladder, my strategy, because I got, 30, 40 days left to get that copy on the next chain as well. So before you even worried about sacrificing PulseX, that should be your number one thing that you want to do. For the person that's heavy on Pulse Chain, that already took care of what I just said because they aped in on Pulse Chain to then, when Pulse Chain launch, do very well and then swap some of it for Hex. That person should be heavy on the Pulse Hex sacrifice because we also learned last week that before the bridge comes in, you're going to be able to trade PulseX and Pulse together. So you can kind of pivot some capital there. So you go very heavy on the PulseX sacrifice, not because you care so much about the PulseX, it's just so that you can then pivot some of that value onto your Pulse Chain stack, because right now you'll be stupid, even though people still do it, sacrificing directly to Pulse Chain because the ratio is just insane. And then the joke, if you're the OG and you're already pretty much set, the joke is like, stop torturing yourself, please, for the love of God. Stay, date, and chill. You should already know in dollar term how much you want to sacrifice. Get that thing over with. Build the rest. Leave the money printer, and then keep moving. So there's kind of 3 levels because there's 3 types of investors right now based on time frames. So just to recap, right? The guy that's brand new, you should be worried about getting his hex. And I dare say it. Pulse hex sacrifice should not even be in your conversation. You need to go get your money printers. Because again, whatever you sacrifice in hex term, you will no longer be able to get that as a copy. You're not going to be able to double dip. Anybody was thinking that way, shut that down. It's not going to happen. When you sacrifice, that hex ain't coming back. You're not going to get that copy as a second money printer. So new guy, focus on that. Middle guy, go get your PulseX, Bulls dip, swap some of it for Pulse when it launch, figure out your ratio then. And then when the price is high enough in Pulse Chain, maybe turn some of it to a money printer and then increase your hex bag because you were maybe not early enough for whatever hex, but then you're early enough in Pulse Chain. And then the OG, stop torturing yourself. You're already rich. It's like arguing, hey, do I want a 100x move or 80x move? That's just like, you're just torturing yourself. And ultimately, nobody should be thinking like a trader because that's when you're going to get wrecked. There's going to be heavy volatility. And I'm telling you right now, because if you don't understand that part, you're going to become my liquidity. And I'll gladly take all your payouts. Oh, we're going to go to, PX and then we're going to dump EX. Good luck. I'm telling you, the arbitration is going to wreck people left and right. And if they all leave, guess what? The APY on the EX is going to go higher, and we're going to get paid more. So no matter what, this Hex is so well designed that it doesn't make you go. It's a financial project. The yield still, period. If you can generate money printers for a higher yield at a cheaper price because everybody else, that is the easiest layup money you will ever do. Because ultimately, what I will do in the future with every time I get new money, I literally look at the spectrum, all four of my money printers, and I look at which is the one that's the cheapest, and I just add that position. In other words, just showing as the future, right? How it's going to look like. If cheaper than PX, and because it's a high yield, or where money goes there. If it's the opposite way, then if it's like on the Pulse chain, action is doing extremely well, and maybe I want to delegate more yield, then maybe I'll put it over there. The point is, you should not be thinking like a trader. You should be thinking cash flow. You should be thinking, how much interest do I want to get paid on every week, every day, whatever it might be, and work towards that goal. Does that make sense? So I know that was, but I really wanted to have that 10 minutes to break this down.
Yeah.
Maddie,
my main point
thoughts?
also is that Karim is on my team if we ever play basketball in the future, because he's tall and he makes layups with Hex.
Something like that. Wave 3, any comment? What I just said, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. So there's some good points. The good points you made there. So I would say that the biggest thing, going into the sacrifice, there are considerations like it. Obviously, whatever coins you are sacrificing, obviously you're not getting those coins back for sure. So and then also the arbitrage between eHex and Hex, it goes to the whole thing where if you're going to go the trader mentality, then you're just going to lose money to the market over time. It's just how it is. Like statistically, math isn't in your favor. So if you end up getting the snapshot with whatever stakes you have, you now are covered on both sides. So I personally think there's a good narrative for the Hex on Pulse Chain potentially being, and this is speculation. I don't, what I'm saying right now may not be true, but potentially there's speculation that it may be the dominant side. But then, as Karim mentioned, because you have arbitrage, you can have you can just have varying prices between the T shares between eHex on Ethereum and Hex on Pulse Chain, and I think that's a dynamic that many aren't necessarily factoring in when trying to make a move on one side versus the other. And that's actually why I wouldn't even suggest doing so, because at that point you're taking a one-sided bet. And I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, at the very least, if you have exposure across the whole ecosystem, you have eHex, Hex, Pulse, and PulseX, you have everything. So and at that point, you don't have to do anything at all. Like you can just you can keep restaking, or now like for PulseX, you'll have other ways you can generate yields from the volume that goes through through a DEX now, where you're getting fees, and it being deflationary too. Like it's a very good, the tokenomics are very good, and that's why across the board, because we don't know what's going to happen as far as the relative valuations between everything. If you make one bad move, you can literally wipe out like 70 to 80% of your stack when you make those one-sided bets. So I would not suggest it. For me, the price performance has been obviously very good for Hex, where it's one I don't, there's no if you have a good performing asset, you're not supposed to make these lopsided trades to try to get more money out of the market, because you made those gains by holding on to the coins. So why would you go about it any different after Pulse Chain launches? So that's my perspective. Like everybody that made a lot of money on Hex did so just by holding onto their coins and setting staking ladders, and it was that simple. So now you have other forms of yield that are introduced that just allow you to further reinforce those value stores or those stores of value that you have. So I'm very excited for, the rollout of Pulse Chain. I do consider now this whole ecosystem that Richard Hart conceptualized. I think this is going to be a very good, a really big opportunity in 2022, especially given the state that Ethereum is. Like, Ethereum is not going to scale. So, this is a big opportunity for this community.
Absolutely.
I think so.
And
too.
again,
and,
to put things back in
and I know
perspective.
that Karim is. I know Karim is like got a limited time period where he's got cell phone signal, and so I want to just preview that we're gonna continue to brag about the fact that we have different perspectives on this show. I'm gonna give a different perspective about sacrificing than Karim did, and Sticker Guy as well. I think and Wave 3 all have their own strategies. Karim, I'm curious to hear, because I know we're opening up a lot of really good threads here, but
Yes.
I'm really curious to know what is your analysis of the advice that you gave last time, or not advice, but the observation that you made,
Yes.
saying that swimming with the whales would work out. Have you seen the $333 million sacrificed? Do you think the whales are in now? And do you want to claim bragging rights that you got it right when it comes to when people could have sacrificed, which is now or earlier when the hex price has been so high compared
Exactly.
to
Well, I mean,
lately?
the funny thing, right? Bragging right. I think I just leave it to the math, because my thing is this, right? I do not seek the need to be right, but I see the need to be understood and explain the logic behind it. It just so happened that because I do it like that, I end up being right most of the time. But the thing is this, and I'm actively working to make it better for everybody. The whales are going to do what they're supposed to do, which is do their plan, do their preparation, figure out the amount, and then sacrifice. Godwell became Godwell. Why? And he said a couple of times back in the day when we talked via tweet, he was an early investor in Ethereum at the very beginning. He put a bunch of it. He got 400,000 coins for probably super cheap when Ethereum was like, a couple of dollars or whatever. And then what did he do? He didn't touch it for a very long time. And all he had to do is that, and then he's super wealthy. My point is, you can do the same thing because you get the chance to be grassroots in so many cool things. Try not to, trade. So those people, they do their calculation, they do their planning ahead of time. And when the time comes, because they're looking at a certain amount of dollars to be created, then they push the price, do what they got to do, and then they bounce. In other words, when they bounce is they will only tremendously get in if the price goes low enough, like a dip, like Godwell did it before, or if they just happen to have a bunch of new money coming in, or if Ethereum, bear market crash, and then they're just doing what I call wealth preservation, which is they're pumping the price because their other asset that they own a bunch of, like Ethereum, is dumped. But that you're systemically waiting for them to pump the price, it's not going to happen. Now, does that mean the price can't go up? No. This is why people like me are on the fucking tour, because we talk to the new people to bring the new juice, because they need to know about Hex and they need to know about the other stuff. So if your thesis is waiting for the big well, most of them already sacrificed. It's like saying you're waiting for Elon Musk to buy Bitcoin when Elon Musk already did. But if you're saying, hey, we're going to bring adoption, right? The joke, Richard, adoption to Bitcoin. If you're going to bring adoption, then that's going to bring something that's going to end up pushing the price up. So I just want people to be aware of that, so they don't waiting for something that may or may not happen. Now, I tremendously believe that the price is going to continue to go higher, but it's not going to be for the reason people are waiting for. It's going to be because new blood is going to come in the same way Richard is punching higher, bigger interviews, more millions of followers. I'm watching those people come, getting their Staker app, and also I see my support stack triples, like hundreds of people per day. So those new people need to buy Hex. So those are the ones that you can reliably count on, and I'm talking to those, and I'm trying to onboard as many as I can. But waiting for the whale, I think that shipment has sailed, and that's last week. If you have swim with the whale and look at that, and also the big pools, you would have been able to sack at 30, 35 cents. Now, we might get there sooner rather than later, but let's not forget that some whale may try to push the price down to make you not get there. So that's another thing that you have to look out for, because last time that's what happened. they suppress it for a certain amount of time, and then they let it go. That's the one thing that I'm worried about, people waiting for something that may or may not happen. Or I get a job, which I'm focusing on just bringing out, and whoever sells the price down, we're just going to leave you behind. Because we still have one very, very big bullish catalyst for people who are smart, they not sell the price down, is that we haven't got the copy yet for the Pulse chain. That's going to be a huge advantage compared to before, because those people are going to have to think twice about pushing the price down, because if they do, they may never get those hex back again, and then that means they will never be able to get it as a copy. So we still got a really bullish thing on top of the sacrifice phase that's working in our favor, but avoid yourself the headache, dollar cost average SAC, and then just move on, collect more money printers, because to me, that is still the most important thing, because my time preference is different, right? Always in the long term first. Something can go 100x and still give you a less reward than a stake that's been compounding 40% for 10 to 15 years. That's just a mathematical fact. So that's why you have to keep an eye on that also. And people forget and act as if you focus on the hex and the copy hex, that when the Pulse chain launch, we're not gonna take some of those yield and then buy PX with it, or buy Pulse chain with it, or buy PulseX. You see, because another strategy could be turn that into a money printer as fast as possible, earn the yield as fast as you can, because those yield would then double when the snapshot happens. So basically you have 30 to 40 days of staking reward that you could be generating right now, that then doubles when the copy happens. Then it continues to print at a higher clip. And then when that stake ends, you can take that money and then buy Pulse chain token with it too. Do you see what I'm saying? Even maybe after a little dip too. So I just want people to keep in mind that it's important. And I always gear based on the long-term strategy, because I am not a trader. That's why it works for that kind of mindset. Now, if you look at what's going to happen after a week of the launch phase, then maybe there's a different strategy. But again, I don't want people to trade, because ultimately you lose all your money. So
thanks to everybody who's watching right now. Hit the like and subscribe button, and get excited for the SAC phase that's going on now. Get excited for the Hex conference later this week. I wanted to make a really important point of clarification. You cannot sacrifice from exchange.
yes,
Coinbase is an example of an exchange. And so when somebody puts in the chat, it's a $0 fee to SAC anything from Coinbase. We want to warn that person that that sacrifice does not count. You do not get credit for that. You are literally sacrificing without getting sacrifice points. And we don't want that to happen to anybody. So go ahead and make sure you don't want to be like Fong from the Richard Hart stream the other day, and sacrifice and then be wrecked. So what you want to do is send from MetaMask, send from Staker app, anywhere where you hold your private key, and make sure to follow the instructions very closely that are on the website for the sacrifice at PulseX.com. A lot of people, they watched my video earlier on where I said, slow down, take your time. You don't have to sacrifice yet. And what I hope was that slowed people down enough to where they really would read the instructions, to where they would understand what they're investing in. And so now that now that we're here and the price of Hex is a little bit lower than it was when the sacrifice phase started, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, somewhere in there. So that's okay, right? Because we aren't gamblers, and people weren't waiting longer than they had to necessarily, just based on my observation. But I think for me, I waited until yesterday to SAC because I didn't have a plan yet, and I wanted to listen to everybody's strategies. I wanted to think about it. I wanted to talk to my loved ones, even and I am sacrificing hard for PulseX, and I do think it's going to have a great value proposition, and we could talk about that too. But I just wanted to point out before we get any further in the discussion, do not send from Coinbase. Do not sacrifice from an exchange, please.
Yeah, I think picking up what Karim was saying, that when you have to decide, do you want to hex, which gets doubled, or do you even want T-shares to get doubled, or to sacrifice with no expectations? I think it's an interesting thought. I never catch it, because myself, I already have my staking ladder, and I decided before the sacrifice phase how much I want to sacrifice, and after that I will continue to stack my T-shares. So for me, it is, I don't need to choose, but I also want to have some exposure to the PulseX sacrifice. So it's on everybody else, on everybody to decide, what do you want more exposure to? Do you want to go, let's say, the safe way with hex, which compared to the sacrifice is safer, because it's already finished, it's already immutable, you know what you're getting? Or do you want exposure to the rigid hard coins? But still, I would never recommend waiting, yes, but I catched myself on the first few days with this feeling, maybe I should wait and then the price will go up. But the longer, obviously it's not a good idea, first impulse chain and now also. But I have to say, I'm surprised how much the whales manipulate the prices.
I wanna welcome Marco to the stream. Thanks for joining.
Bang, bang.
We'll keep going around the room and getting to your sacrifice strategy as well. I just want to call out Sticker Guy here, because Sticker Guy literally bought the top of Hex, is new in the community.
No. Let me tell. So I heard of Richard Hart the first time when he was on BitBoy. Now I think BitBoy is a scammer, but back then it was common. So thanks, BitBoy, for showing me Richard Hart. Awesome. Then I bought at the 10-cent bottom and bought all the way up to 50 cents. And now I'm just dollar cost averaging in and continuing to hold and to stake. So even though I'm now maybe 3 months in, I still learn new things every day. And once I think, wow, now I know everything, somebody comes around and tells me, no, like Karim did just now, and tells me a whole other perspective. Like, I know T-shirts will get doubled, but sometimes I forget. There's just so many things happening in parallel that it is hard to keep track of.
Well, I wanted to point out that even though your bags are not mooning, right, because you're new in the community, you're still donating your time. You're helping with the events. You've helped me organize parts of the online Hex conference. So thank you. And I just wanted to say, you are also kind of inspiring, dude, that you're able to come out here and be just as excited as we are.
Bang, bang, Maddie. And let me double down on that, because that's important. You see, the bottom line is this. He came in recently, but he's already adding value and finding where to add value. And that's the beauty when you already done the math, when you have your staking ladder so you can do other things, add value. And then when he comes here, those of us that have been here longer, that have more in-depth, can show him the other perspective that he didn't know about before. The same way we had to go to our own discovery as well, which is very important. And I'll say this, the ultimate thing that he realized, which is important, is you must do your own math, do your own calculation of like, hey, this is my ladder and this is the budget for the sacrifice. The moment you get that, you already won. The rest is just when to sack. But once you know already what you want to do, and you know that the money printers are the most important thing, then it's game over. Even though he learned something new today, and maybe instinctively or whatever, but he already knew the money printers are the most important thing. I need to do that first, then decide how much I want to sacrifice, then do that. And then even after doing that, then I'm just back at buying more money printers. Because ultimately, that's the key. Don't get distracted. Especially when you're going to get a copy of that money printer, which again, something that exponentially grows, and you get a copy of that thing that exponentially grows. Imagine making 40% APY. Now you're making 80% APY because it's on 2-chain, compounding every day. That's insane. That's gains that you cannot fully fathom until you run the actual numbers. And I'll say one last thing, because I do have to go, guys. I'm sorry, the service is bad. Is that, again, don't confuse or think that, hey, the opportunity cost is truly, you're not going to be able to double dip. Meaning, when you sacrifice, that hex is no longer going to be able to get a copy, because sacrifice is going to perfectly end before we're going to announce the block for the fork. So you got to remember that, because it really is a trade-off that you have to decide. Because when you sack that thing is gone. So once you understand that, and then you run your math, and you know where you stand, how much you want to have as your bag, and you understand the value of the money printers, and obviously letting it ride, play the future god well, and not trading like crazy, then you're going to be all set, and you're going to have no taxable event, all that kind of good stuff. So again, I want to thank everybody. Sorry, I wish I was there, but again,
Thank you, Karim. You're awesome. Thanks for
thanks very
calling
much.
in.
And then I'll be watching the replay afterwards, or when I get the chance. So continue. Who knows? Maybe in an hour you guys are still here.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Hey, drive safe. All right.
Always. Thank you.
Speeding, bro.
No, I can't promise that.
Yo,
But it's always
man.
safe driving. It's always safe driving. Always. You know me.
Yes, sir.
Later.
Later, buddy.
So we've got
So,
much praise in the chat for Hex 19, or for Sticker Guy and Hex 19 and Rothko and Bitfinesse are all shouting you out. So shout out to them. Marco, welcome.
What's up, man? What's going on, fellas? Pleasure to be here with you. Everybody in the chat, what's up? I guess when I jump into this, I'll say one thing, and as a topic, I guess I'll speak on is the emotional way of investing, right? I think a lot of people, they have a game plan, they're ready to rock and roll, and when the event starts, everybody freaks out. They get really emotional to things, and instead of staying focused and keeping like the tunnel vision going, sticking to the plan, sticking to the paper, they go on Twitter, they read other people's chats, other people's videos, and all that stuff. And it's great because, more information is good, but too much information is not good too, right? Because then again, you start doubting yourself. You start doubting the plan you had, or you and your family had, or your spouse had, and things go downhill from there, right? You start making the wrong decisions. You start, doubting what you're investing in. You start thinking twice about it. And next, 3-4 days go by and you're missing on the opportunity, right? So, and then the day, the way I think about it is this, and this is how I did with my people, my family, my friends, is I prepared them about a month and a half before all this happened. And the way I spoke to them is like, I try my best to do it individually or as a group. It's like, guys, everybody has their own price. Everybody has their own bags. Everybody has their own reasoning, right? When it comes to the sacrifice stage, just like Pulse Chain, you can't predict things. Everybody thinks the whale's going to pump us big time. Last time it didn't happen, right? We stood going sideways for a long time for a while, and then we finally got the pump right after, right? But when that happened, it was like a kick to the face to everyone. Everybody was shocked, and everybody started scrambling around like roaches. Like, what do we do next? What do we do next? that meme with that dog burning the house type of thing.
Yes,
right. And that was happening, right? Everybody just stood there like frozen, didn't know what to do, right? And then the day, guys, we went through this, and the OG Hexicans kind of went through this with the AA phase back then, right? Is always going to do things like this, right? And then they prepare, stick to your guns, stick to the paper, stick to your own math, believe in why you pick that particular number that you're going to sacrifice, right? What's the reason behind it? And pull the trigger, right? Pull the trigger and be happy. Big deal. You might not get $1 per 10,000 points or whatever it is. Oh my God, you get 8,000, 9,000. It doesn't matter, right? That you're going to be well off more than majority of the people coming after you, right? You're like in a pre-sale type of thing, right?
correct.
Guys, you won. Like, there's nothing else you could think about. It's a winning thing.
Facts.
Right now, I think we're like Maddie says, and everybody says, don't pick up pennies in front of a freight train, and don't get greedy with this, because and Wave 3 said it earlier, like, when you get greedy and when you think about things like this, next you're taking 3 steps behind instead of take 2 steps forward, and you wreck yourself. And then you don't realize, like, oh my God, 60-70% of my bag is gone by making these 2 trades, where I never thought about making these 2 trades in the begin with, right? So what I'm trying to say is this: go back to your drawing board. We still got days. Well, today's the 4th. Tomorrow's gonna be the 5th. You got about 4 more days before the next 5% increase happens, right? Go back to the drawing board. Look at the price of Hex. Look at your bag. Speak to your spouse or your partner one more time. Pick a number and pull the trigger, and be happy, right? I think the moment you pull that trigger and you press that button, all the stress goes away and you're back to normal, right? It's like, I think the anxiety of waiting and waiting and waiting drives people crazy, and they make more mistakes than they should have, right? So, you know, be happy about it. Like me, for example, I'm still dollar costing averaging in my stakes, you know, my sacrifice, you know, stakes and stuff like that. But you never know what could happen, right? I still got 4 days, 5 days. Anything could happen. Can it go lower? Sure. Can it go much higher? Sure, right? But I'm willing to take that risk. But I have a certain price, right? For example, if I tell myself, you know what, if it goes below 23 cents, I'm going to pull the whole bag in, right? If it goes in between there, or there's a certain range, maybe I'll keep on dollar costing averaging, right? But that's a range I'm willing to work with, right? That's something I think people have to understand. There has to be a range you're willing to work with, and stick to that, right? And one last thing is this, and I know I'll get a lot of heat from saying this, but guys, understand something. We have our bags. Everybody has their own bags. Everybody wants to win in this game, right? Be careful going on Twitter or watching videos. And once in a while, you're going to see folks, unfortunately, in my community, they're going to be fudding PulseX, right? They're going to say, this one is better, Hex is better, Pulse Chain is better, stuff like that. Why? Because we all know the least amount of people who sacrifice, the better whoever is participating, they'll get more of the volume in the end, right? You got to understand, me personally, we're always going to make money down the road. I think Hex skins are set for life, probably. I think Pulse Chain folks are set for life. I don't want PulseX or Pulse Chain to become a big pump and dump, right? I want it to be healthy, where I'd rather prolong my gains along the way, where more people could actually interact with the projects that we're in, and not only that, but we could build this community in wider and wider, right? I think that's my goal. I think that's what Richard Hart kind of really wants, is he wants this ecosystem to last and keep on lasting and outlast everything in crypto, right? So just stay focused. Be careful with what advice you get from folks and stuff like that. And then if you're into any of 3 Richard Hart's projects, to me, you won, regardless. End the story. Like Karim says, full stop, end the story, blah, 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 right? But, you know, that's my 2 cents on this. You know, play smart, be smart, stick to your plan. If you're not sure, you do have a lot of OGs around here that could give you good advice, but, you know, just, it starts with you. So just understand what you're playing with, and, you know, of course, and don't put as too much that you can't afford to lose. But I think it's a beautiful chance to do this. I don't think this is going to happen again in a very, very, very long time. Probably never again. You never know. So be grateful, be happy you're at this point. You got a community to support you. You got a great founder. You got a great team around you. So, you know, and everybody who did already, congratulations. You guys made it. So not financial.
Thank you for your comments. Those are great. Shout out to everybody watching live, 254 people now, and thousands on the replay. Hit the like and subscribe button. Thanks for coming. I just wanted to kind of back up what you're saying, Marco. And I think this website is not good for everybody. So Marco is kind of implying, I hope, or I think that you don't always have to compare yourself with other people.
Exactly.
You don't have to be filled with greed. You can be happy with what you have and be happy with the opportunities that you have, whether that's, you know, putting in $10 or $100 or $100,000 into the Pulse Lead sacrifice. This Pulse Lead website is, it's not going to be healthy for everybody. Some people are going to be able to use it to motivate themselves, to make better decisions for themselves. Other people will use it to overexpose themselves and to overinvest because they're competing with others. So make sure to use this website responsibly. Don't use it if you think that you don't have a good reason to. I would say only kind of know your position if you need that motivation. For me, I'm kind of in between. It's not going to fill me with greed and cause me to over sacrifice just by looking at it. But I think that for some people that could be a problem. So I also think that there will be other Richard Hart coins, and so there might be other opportunities. But in terms of this particular use case, right, the idea behind PulseX is that it's deflationary. It's a buy and burn that is based off of fees that are generated from a Uniswap fork. And so this is your opportunity, I believe, to be the exchange owner and to extract value from crypto that way, from fees. And I know that there are a number of other topics we can cover. I want to circle back to Wave 3 and a sticker guy, but just throw out this observation. One of the people in the audience, or multiple audience members, they've corrected me about this idea that you can sacrifice from exchange. And my words to people would just be, follow the instructions. I'm not going to broadcast that you can sacrifice from exchange, because I think that would wreck a lot of people. And then we'll have angry people who pretend like they did get scammed, even though it was their own fault. But we already saw it in the Richard chat with the gentleman who sacrificed from exchange and had probably lost a lot of money. If you're so technically savvy that you can read the instructions and you can sacrifice from exchange, then I'm glad for you, and I'm glad that you can do that responsibly. But for the average person, I think if we just broadcast that, then people would accidentally send from exchange and not get any value for that. So to protect those people, I would just say, do your own research, be mindful of sending from exchange. A lot of times doesn't count. And then the other observation that the audience had today is having to do with the fact that the sacrifice address for, this is breaking news, the sacrifice address appears to be converting money in converting certain coins into DAI stablecoin, which is different than the behavior we saw during the Pulse sacrifice when coins were converted into USDC. So I don't know what this means. And I want to hear from you guys. I've just noticed when I look at this website, the PulseX.com, it's showing that $2.3 million worth of DAI has been sacrificed. And when I look on Etherscan, it looks like there's $89.5 million worth of DAI. And so I'm curious if anybody has some insights into why this is. Maybe there's some advantage on Pulse Chain to holding DAI over USDC, or maybe not. So
could somebody maybe give a quick instruction what the difference between DAI and USDC is?
Well, I'll jump into the first one that you was mentioning, Maddie. I think it's important that, guys, MetaMask, it's free to use, right? It takes 5 minutes to remove your coins from the exchange, to put it there. Why not play safe and not gamble your money, right? If you're, like Maddie said, if you're extremely smart to do it from the exchange, but so be it, do it. But try not to promote that for other folks, especially new folks, because they think it takes 1 or 2 clicks and that's it, they're good, and they're not. They're going to get wrecked, right? Get a MetaMask, do it through there. If that's the most simplest way for you, to me, I think it is, and call it a day. That's what, Rich has been promoting. That's what basically majority of everybody's been promoting. It's the simplest, safest, probably way right there. Just get it done. Just do it. Don't complicate it.
Awesome.
Yeah. And regarding DAI, I'm not sure. That's interesting. I'm not sure why they also like DAI. Maybe whoever's controlling this is maybe a little nervous regarding what USDC could probably potentially do. Maybe the on and off switch any given moment. Maybe that's why. But I think DAI could do the same thing. No.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Wave.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. So, sorry. So for USDC, there's of course the admin keys. DAI's a little bit different in that there's pools that are used to actually generate DAI, and USDC is one of the primary sources that's used to generate the pools. But I'm not familiar with the admin keys on DAI. So in theory, even though the pools, it makes it more complex for an attacker to hit DAI as opposed to USDC. Basically, amongst all the coins, I would still say DAI is still a little bit better than USDC, but whether that's why it's being converted to DAI is kind of I think it's just purely speculative, because I believe most of the liquidity pools for Hex on Uniswap E3, I think the primary liquidity is USDC. So, I think there are some points on streams made where there is legality issues if somebody has like their funds frozen on chain due to the use of the admin keys. So it's a really it's kind of a in practice things may seem rather simple from like a top level, but in practice, like the legalities and all this other complex nature and the political side can make it not necessarily what everybody's sort of speculating as to the reasons why. I mean, if I was holding stable coins on the market, I would personally just have a spread between DAI, USDC, just to protect any kind of fallout between stable coins that are reused on Ethereum or other smart contract platforms. So and then I guess I'll just I think Maddie was about to mention or kind of highlight, I guess. I think you were about to say something related to DAI or USDC as well.
Sure. Well, I know that in the past, Richard had said that he liked USDC better than USDT, which Tether, of course, has a lot of FUD that I think if we want to understand at a basic level, what is the difference between a stablecoin that is supposedly held in a bank versus a stablecoin that's algorithmically created like DAI. DAI is not going to be as stable if we look at all of crypto history, because a certain percentage of the peg is created through Ethereum. And so if the price of Ethereum dumps 70% in a week or something, like DAI is not going to stay at $1. And I know that Richard has said that DAI has changed over the years, what their strategy is for creating as much stability as they can in the price. I think it makes sense because we don't know what the value of USDC is going to be on the Pulse network. The reason we don't know that is because USDC and to some extent USDT are supposedly digital representations of $1 that is actually in a bank account somewhere. And to not spend hours and hours at this moment, but to just give you a little preview of my thoughts about USDT, which is like the most controversial stablecoin that was launched by Tether. There was, there's tons of conspiracy theories that go in that, and on both sides, on the side of legacy finance or people who are saying that crypto is worthless, they are saying that Tether is printing money out of thin air that's not backed at all, and that's pumping the price of Bitcoin. And when they look, they can say, well, the price of Bitcoin would not have gone from $4,000 up to $60,000 without all of this printing that hasn't been audited by Tether. And then so they're calling the entire thing a super scam. Whereas on the other side of things, I think it makes perfect sense if you are trying to overthrow or replace the legacy financial system. You don't ever want to have an audit of where your bank accounts are, because then they'll get shut down. And that's the history of Tether, is they've moved from country to country to country to country, getting their bank accounts seized and shut down. And so it's fascinating to think like, and I never hear this argument, but I would argue that you don't want a full audit in that situation. And I'm not sure how you establish trust. And I'm not sure that USDT is the best model. But if you think about the fact that Uniswap didn't exist when stablecoins were the most needed, they didn't exist. This technology of using a smart contract to be your exchange. And so to have a decentralized exchange. So for the entire history of crypto, Bitcoin had to trade on centralized exchanges most of the time. And that created these problems with the crypto, such that big exchanges end up promoting trading, getting wrecked on fees, getting wrecked on leverage, because all the original people who got rich in crypto, who became billionaires, started their own exchanges to solve a problem, which was wherever crypto, the digital world, touches the legacy world, you have a conflict of interest. And you're going to have fees, and you're going to have stuff that crypto doesn't stand for. But they ended up getting corrupted by the influence that they had being the gatekeepers between legacy finance and crypto. And now that Uniswap is coming along, now that Hex is coming along, there's going to be a leap forward in technology. PulseX is monetizing the possibility of earning trading fees on this Uniswap copy here on the Pulse network. And I think that there are going to be these brilliant liquidity bridges that come out that use Hart's law to support the price of assets on Pulse to some extent, maybe not one for one parity on every coin from the start, but maybe. I mean, I don't hear a lot of people saying that, but I think based on Hart's law, based on vampire attack game theory mechanics, like all this is possible. And so the chance to be able to invest, I'm not buying DAI right now. I'm curious why, but I think DAI is just kind of the best of a bad system of using using stables as your store of value instead of just put the money in your bank account if you need it there. Use stablecoins as the main trading pair for Hex, because then Hex doesn't move up and down with the rest of the market. So it's decorrelated, which has a huge value, and bridge in your stables into the Pulse network between Pulse and Ethereum, because that will create a huge amount of value in terms of, again, Hart's law and the principles of liquidity. So I know I said a lot there, but I'm trying to bridge these ideas of understanding stable coins. I used USDC as my stable coin for the longest time, just for the small amount of my portfolio that I wanted to keep in that. But at this point, it's like I either need the money in the bank or I need the money in Hex as my store of value, or sacrifice for PulseX. And so my PulseX sacrifice strategy has been to invest a good amount of money. I didn't know that I was going to convert it into Hex. So basically I had all my dry powder in USDC. I went ahead and converted it into Hex right before I sacked it, even though I incurred trading fees of there's a little extra cost. Sending an ERC20 is a little bit more expensive than sending Ethereum. But to me, I want to support getting Hex off the market by sending that to the address that appears to never sell it, the sacrifice address. And because I just thought, why not cash some people out who are selling Hex right now? Why not give them the USDC instead of giving it to the OA, which might, also have a good purpose for it, but not something I'm expecting. I like to see multiple benefits from my sacrifice. And so reducing the liquidity in a sense by buying Hex and sacrificing it, I think every little part that we do, it felt good to me to be able to do that. And I want to hear what your guys' reactions are.
I think you made the right choice. It adds up. And what Wave 3 said earlier, let's say, for example, if I owned the sacrifice stage and all those accounts, I think it would be smart to diversify and split it up, because you never know, right? USDC, they've done it in the past, and they could always do it where they could just turn off the switch, and all that money, all that investments, all that sacrifice in USDC could be frozen. And then what, right? We could all be screwed,
yes.
Right? So I think to have DAI as a backup, I think DAI, if I'm not mistaken, is the most decentralized stablecoin, if I'm not mistaken, or is 100%. Why not take the risk there where it cannot be turned off just like that at any given moment? So you never know who you could piss off, right, out there in the world. And they'll be like, I don't like what that guy Richard and them doing. They're getting too powerful, too rich. Let's turn this off. You never know, right? So I think it's smart to diversify and do it. Or like somebody said it in the comments, you never know, there might be a bigger play for DAI in the Pulse chain era. So we'll see.
Sure.
Yeah. And
thanks to Joven Venuto for commenting here in the live stream saying DAI, DAI is a decentralized stablecoin running on ETH that attempts to maintain a value of $1 USD. Unlike centralized stables, DAI is not backed by USD. It's backed by collateral on the Maker platform.
Yeah, that is true. And then the reason why many suggest that isn't decentralized anymore is because there's pools that are heavy with like USDC and USDT. But if Circle ever tried to freeze funds, then it's a lot harder. DAI is shielded off, because if they tried to freeze funds that are used in those pools, they fuck over a lot of people aside from a specific person that they are targeting. So it ends up causing more. It causes more issues across more participants. So it's a lot more complicated, I believe, to do that. But there are certain risks. Yeah.
Because it causes legal consequences for the people shutting it off, because it affects more users.
To reach that guy in the back of the bar, you gotta go through the whole crowd first. So makes sense.
Yeah. So there is some shield. Sorry, there's some shielding there, and then and then as Marco mentioned, just sort of diversifying across the state. I wouldn't touch USDT, but push
Same.
No
Never
USDT.
did, never will.
Yeah, and no USDT, and then whatever the remaining bucket of stables after that, which is mostly USDC and DAI, then you can sort of spread between the different stable coins that the market offers if you need to hold, or if you're just trying to bring liquid cash into the market.
I think there's probably like this weird window of people who are incentivized to like convert their sacrifice to Hex versus whatever else they already have. So like, for example, for people I'm onboarding, I set up these wallets for people that I can gift to them, and they get a copy of the private key, and I keep a copy, which is something Richard suggested once, that like, if you gift people crypto who don't know anything about crypto, they're going to lose it, especially if it's more of a long-term play like Hex has been. But anyway, so when I'm like setting up wallets for people and I'm gifting them PulseX, what I'm doing is I'm just using ETH, because if I'm gifting $100 worth or $50 worth, then I don't want to get beat up by fees on the ERC20s. And so to send ETH lately in the past couple of days has been maybe $5 to $10. To send an ERC20, it's maybe been 15 to 25. And so I if I was a small player in this game, I would still sacrifice. I would, even if it was $10 worth, I would send my $10 worth of ETH from my MetaMask wallet to the PulseX sacrifice. And but for these people that I'm setting up wallets for, ETH is just causing less fees, and so that's what I would use as the sacrifice coin. For other people, you might be in a situation where you have $1,000 worth of USDT or USDC, let's say, and you don't want to spend $90 to swap it into Hex or swap it into ETH in order to just send it. So it's cheaper for you to send USDC for $25 than it is to swap it into something for for getting a $90 swap fee. Now for whales, maybe you don't want to push the price against yourself by buying it. So if you have $50 million of USDC or of ETH, maybe you. Well, actually, I guess that doesn't make sense, because if you sacrifice right at the moment that you push the price up, then you get that benefit. But then everybody else, I think, is you can't be mad whenever I did a tweet where you shouldn't be mad at whales if they pump up the price by buying in so that their sacrifice is worth more. And then, they stop buying and the price goes back to what it would have been. You just benefited from the opportunity to shake out some weak hands, people who wanted to sell at that price. And, now you can benefit from the Hex being off the market. You can benefit, from whatever sacrifice point you would have gotten. But again, that's different than a whale intentionally selling down the price. So they buy up a bunch of stuff before the sacrifice phase, and then they push up the price during the sacrifice phase, sack, and then they're dumping millions and millions and millions of hex onto the market just so that everybody else's sacrifice is worth less. I wouldn't support that kind of a whale behavior. I wouldn't speak highly of that, but otherwise it's just kind of, it's what would have happened anyway if the whale didn't come in and give themselves that little bonus of pushing the price up and getting a higher sack rate. That's in the end, I think it's good for hexagons. Thanks to Paladin YYZ on the $20 super chat. Congratulations to Richard getting 100K subs on YouTube. Absolutely. What do you guys think?
Yeah. And just to I guess add one more thing, I guess, as far as the stables. It's often a topic that doesn't get, in my opinion, enough coverage in crypto in general. Because as you mentioned, most people that are getting in, even on Coinbase, I believe they have USDT on Coinbase as well. But as Brian Armstrong mentioned in his tweet, just because it's on Coinbase doesn't mean that there's some kind of really well thought out process as far as how assets are even listed on their exchange. So I guess just use that, just be cautious with that. If you do see, certain stable coins even listed on Coinbase, just keep in mind the even what Brian Armstrong tweeted, because this space is going to be evolving over the next 10 or so years, in my opinion. That will include stable coins, and then the best options, at least what we have today so far, at least that seem to have more trust with them, is the USDC and DAI stable coins. But then even back to Maddie's point, as far as the hex sacrifice, yes, you can definitely market buy and then still sack the hex if you're entering through ETH or through DAI or USDC, because there is a benefit to that, because it does help remove supply for hex off the market. So there is, even if you're getting a small amount of slippage on that, there is a benefit to it, assuming the gas fees aren't an issue. But I know the gas fees are pretty horrendous on Ethereum. But yeah, just wanted to I guess bring up the stables, the point on the stables again, and then I do have to head out for the remainder of the evening, but I do appreciate you having me on the stream. Always a pleasure streaming with you guys, Maddie, Marco,
Awesome.
Sticker Guy. Really cool stream. So I will continue to listen.
Are you sacking harder than for Pulse?
I put more than I did for Pulse. So
wow.
I looked back at and my reasoning for that is I looked back at my distribution between Hex, Pulse, and PulseX, and my plan is to keep the same relative size by network share in a way, or you can think of it as how many, what's your percent of Hex, or what's your percent of Pulse, what's your percent of PulseX. So I wanted to keep that same relative size across every coin. So every Richard Hart coin, I want to keep that same distribution. And I realized that I didn't I realized I didn't put enough on Pulse, so I compensated for that on PulseX. And then, my plan still, when these coins begin trading, is to do absolutely nothing. I don't care to try to trade Pulse into PulseX. I'm gonna wait, quite some time, and then at some point I'll consider rebalancing. But the benefit is, if you're rebalancing between Hex, Pulse, or PulseX, it's all reflexive within the same ecosystem. So it's not like you're converting it to a stable coin or market selling. There's sort of going to be that reflexive nature that does play out across all three coins. And then because I didn't size properly on Pulse, I made up for it on PulseX. And then I think the game theory is also really, really good, where I just don't feel the necessity to have to speculate or sell the coins into Pulse or vice versa. I'm just going to take whatever yield the coins generate, and then I'll revisit that. I'll revisit the relative distribution about a year, 1 to 2 years from now.
That is brilliant. I'm really glad I asked, because that's a strategy I haven't heard, and it actually makes so much sense. I really appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, no problem. Cool. Yeah. Thanks again, guys, and then have a good
Yeah,
night.
man. Have a good night.
All right, take care.
See you. Goodbye.
Always a pleasure, man.
See ya.
Wow, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
It's, I think about it too. I think a lot of people are gonna sacrifice more for PulseX than they did Pulse Chain. And the reason why I say that is this. I think when Pulse Chain came out, a lot of people was nervous and how you say it, they were too afraid to give up the hex, right? They're like, I want to do it all, but I kind of don't want to give up this, because it was like the unknown, right? It was like the first sacrifice stage, and folks are like, do I do this? Do I not? Like, is it going to be really good as they say it is? And of course, now we know Pulse Chain is going to be a beast, right? And then when you hear the more details and the game theory of PulseX, you're like, shit, this is my chance to even get bigger. Like Wave 3 said, you could make up for the difference of when you didn't do it for Pulse Chain, right? And some folks who went light and Hex, they went a little heavier in Pulse Chain and vice versa. So I'm excited. I think, listen, as long as you try to get in 2 out of the 3 or 3 out of the 3, you won, right? Like, it's a beautiful thing.
So what do you think? If people are sacrificing more for the PulseX, wouldn't that mean that the Pulse Chain token will be more valuable right at the beginning, because more people will have the PulseX token and the people will have more of it if they sacrificed more, so there will be less of the Pulse Chain token. So what's your thoughts?
It could be, right? And to me, I don't know. I like to kind of think this way when we're getting close to the end. So I see like what's the final number of how much was sacrificed versus Pulse Chain and stuff like that. Then that's when I start doing my calculations and start thinking about, okay, what's the game theory? What's the big grand scheme of things? But right now I think it's kind of too early to think too far into that, right? Because we're still, only like 3 to 4 days in only. So I think there's a lot more room to think before we start thinking that way. But I don't know, man. And like Richard Hart always said, right? Like, if you have 3 kids or 2 kids, don't try to love one more than the other, right? Love them equally.
Yeah.
Be glad you have both kids. Enjoy both kids. Enjoy the journey. And then that's what I'm gonna do with Hex and PulseX and Pulse Chain, right? It's like Wave 3 said, diversify all 3 equally if you can. Plus, keep in mind, guys, we are getting, once again, people forget, we are getting the copy of Hex on Pulse Chain. So now you have 4 opportunities there, right? And then, whenever you feel like you got to change your strategy around, take a little bit from this coin, move over to this, move the percentage over. And then you could just, like a seesaw, do what you got to do to keep on playing, But I think what I'm going to do is similar to what Wave 3 said is I'm not really be touching things, I'm going to look at what's out there. If I do see there's a coin or 2 here and there that I think has potential to do phenomenal on Pulse Chain, maybe I'll throw a couple of more bucks on that early, so I get to ride the wave when the other community finally comes in, right? Like, let's be real, that's a beautiful opportunity, right? Is that kind of almost close to trading and gambling? Kind of. I'm not into that type of stuff, but to me, it's like, you're getting your foot wet in before a lot of other folks do. I'm not really going to be trying to do too much moves. I'm going to just, chill. I'm happy what I got. I'm happy with the bags I have. I feel like I'm blessed. I feel like a lot of people out there is blessed. And just just live happy, right? I'm part of a beautiful community. We got intelligent people around me. So anytime I feel like I'm lost or I'm confused, they could give me the best answer possible. So stay chill, get your bags, and have fun with this, guys. It's a journey. We got 15 years of this stuff. So I don't think it's gonna be the last sacrifice stage, and there's probably gonna be a lot more down the road. So
I think that Richard will do probably like a MetaMask fork token. In the sense that he'll create a wallet like MetaMask that that has better features. He's talked about that's on his list of things that he would like to see. However, Staker App has done a really awesome job of providing a wallet, but I think at the end of the day, I think that Richard has every incentive to continue giving people opportunities to replace things that have been successful in crypto, but they weren't launched right, or the founder wanted to get, $100 million out for themselves. And this is a different game we're playing with Richard Hart coins. And Eric Wall, who's one of the people who speaks against Hex. He will be speaking at the Hex conference. You know, he made the point. He was the first one I ever heard to predict that Richard will keep making coin after coin after coin. He characterized that as a bad thing. To me, when I look at my psychology as an OG Hexican, like, I'm not selling down the price of Hex because I want to use all of my financial resources to own more of the crypto stack of the and by stack, I don't mean one coin. I mean the entire ecosystem, all the technologies. Uniswap is in some ways as important of an invention as Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bitcoin figured out how to stop double spends, you know, and Uniswap allows for decentralized exchange.
Yep.
So once you already have your money in crypto, you don't have to beg a middleman like Coinbase. And Coinbase IPO'd at $100 million, everybody. And so the insane value that's created, you know, Uniswap duct taped on. I'm not even aware that they monetize their fees. They just have it in the code as like someday it's like a promise coin. It's like someday we'll turn on the fees and monetize everything. Right now, it's just people speculating on the token. Andreessen Horowitz, the venture capital firm, is rumored to have bought into Uniswap to the token whenever Hexicans were dumping it for Hex. By the way, if you ever used Uniswap and you were able to claim the fork before it ended and you swapped it right into Hex, you got 1 million Hex for that. That 1 million Hex is now worth $240,000.
That's beautiful that time, right?
Wait, no. You got
sounds insane.
Sorry, you got 300,000 Hex, and then you staked it for 5 or 10 years and got the big payday, so that doubled your stack. And
about 30% more. Yeah.
Now you're over 1 million Hex.
Yeah.
I have 2 friends who did that, and so people who invest in Richard Hart things really do well. Hex has done really well. That doesn't mean that we know what PulseX and Pulse will do, but when we look at the game theory, when we look at the speculative stickiness of Hex, when we look at who invested in Hex and who will invest in Pulse and PulseX, they're Hexicans. They're people who already trust Richard. Everybody else is scared. And so this is the group of people that is going to make history. When we look on, so I've got some numbers to throw at people now that we're getting deep into the game theory. And so I'm going to share my screen here.
I have one thing.
Go ahead, please.
I'm not good at math, but please count with me. we have Hex, we have Pulse Chain, we have PulseX.
3.
We have the incentive token which has not a name yet, and
4.
we have the other Hex on Ethereum. So we have 5 Richard Hart coins.
4. We have Pulse Chain, PulseX, Hex, and then eHex. So you're looking at 4.
Plus the incentive token, right?
Well, the incentive token, yeah. If you want to do it that way, yes. So technically, 5. If you want to do it that way,
that's a big number.
Yeah. And you know, it's funny. Before we get into this, I think K4K mentioned something that I don't think he realized what he said. Right? I think he was just doing an example. What if Richard Hart decides, hey, let's make a privacy coin? Right? Like, let's perfect privacy coin because of how the world's happening, right? Like, you noticed our rights, our information, to be silent, to censorship and all that stuff. What stops him from being like, you know what? Privacy coin on the way, right? Like,
what would stop Richard Hart from doing what? Okay, so Richard Hart is forking Ethereum. What's holding him off of forking the Pulse chain? I mean, right now Pulse chain is still empty, so we have plenty of time to fill it up. But in some unknown future, why not do it again, and why not do the compounding on ourselves again? So
Maddie, can I jump on this question?
Please.
Okay, so I made a video, I think like 2-3 months ago, right, about this, and I love that you brought that up, Sticker Guy, right? Richard Hart has mentioned this, right? At the end of the day, most networks, they last about 5 to 6 years before they finally start getting really congested, really slow, etc. Right?
Yeah.
Somebody says, "What are you going to do when that happens to Pulse Chain?" He said, "There's really 2 things you could do. That's easy. Either you can move a decimal over, solve the problem, or when I fork it again, right? And when I made the video, I told folks, this back then before the dip was happening, is like, get as many hex as you can, right? Because as long as you have a bag of hex 10 to 15 years out, you think about it, right? We stake 15 years out, that's 555. That's 5 chances of, or 2 chances potentially of either Ethereum 2.0 coming out and then 3.0 coming out, or Pulse Chain 2.0 or 3.0 of that version coming out, right?
Mhm.
As long as you have a bag out there and the fork does happen, you get another copy of your hex down the road. If you have a Pulse
Yeah.
Chain bag sitting there, you get another copy of that, right? So this potential of getting multiple down the road, like 14, 15 years later, we could look back and be like, hey, how many bags of those versions of hex you have? 1, 2, 3, or 4 version of hex, right? Could be C hex, D hex, E hex, whatever, right? I think there's potential for that, right? I think that's why it's important to, you know, if you got to sell for profit, do what you got to do, but always keep a small or at least a bag on the side, because you never know what other folks might do. And I think he mentioned one time too, what stops folks for trying to actually fork Pulse Chain themselves, right? And calling it another network, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I think this whole idea of copying the whole system state, I think that's going to be the norm going forward, right? I think this is going to be so successful that a lot of developer devs and all that stuff will kind of be jealous and like, damn, that was a genius idea, right? Like, look at how much money they raised, look how much the big community just joined out of nowhere. Hey, this is gonna be the new norm, right? Hey, whole system state, free money for everybody, keep it going, and it's gonna be almost never ending, right?
What, you're not even doubling our stack?
Like it's crazy, you know. Think about it, right? Like sooner or later, it's like you could end up having so many versions of Hex, Pulse Chain, or PulseX, right? I think it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. It's just mind-boggling to me. Go ahead, Manny. I apologize. Yeah.
I think those are both excellent points. I think that I could really see it going either way when it comes to whether Pulse will be forked. I think that's really a long ways off. I think that Richard has expressed interest in making a stablecoin.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard him say that he wants to make a copy of MetaMask. These are things that will not, I don't think, delay the launch of Pulse. They won't happen before Pulse. But when we look at the bigger game theory of Hex, we have a beautiful store of value.
Yeah.
But we have people who have liquid hex, and their liquid hex is coming out periodically. And some of those people, they put in $1,000 and now they have $10 million worth of hex. And so if everybody dumps their entire hex bags, if they don't have something to invest in, they don't have a better opportunity, then more people sell. And so part of the genius, like larger picture strategy of Richard and the OA is to create so much value in crypto that people, you know,
I get it.
He created the highest appreciating asset of all time. There's a meme out there, and he convinced you to give it back twice. Right? and that's not where it's going to end. And so but I think that it will be very difficult and or impossible to recreate these conditions. Like it's difficult for people to recreate the conditions of Bitcoin. Now, when you make a leap forward in technology, then even if people can copy you, you get to be the gold standard. You get to be where everybody runs and hides and uses as a store of value and uses in a lot, you know, for whatever the use case is. I think that we will continue to see Richard creating opportunities for people to invest in, probably on the same cycle, probably every 6 to 12 months, we'll have another Richard Hartcoin, and more and more people will take note of that once they see that these have gone well. So far, Hexicans believe in Richard, but we aren't seeing every billionaire in the world FOMOing in yet, and so they don't get it yet. And I think Richard is okay with that. I think Richard still likes creating opportunity to create new millionaires.
Yeah, he
not
does.
And Matt, I think you hit it on the head, right? Like when you think about it like this, what was the biggest trend of all of crypto for the past 10 years or whatever, right? A developer, a founder will come out, make a coin, he gets his community, and they stick by that, and that's all they have, right? And they gotta rely on the rest of the crypto to do their buying, selling, etc. Richard Hart's the only person that I think came out with where he made the best product. He's about to make the best network, best DEX, you know. All you're really missing, I think somebody made this comment on Twitter, all you're really missing is like a fiat on-ramp, and we have our own version of crypto as a whole, right? You have the Richard Hart ecosystem. So I think down the road, people are going to see the success of that, and you're going to have other developers that are going to try to replicate making multiple projects or products with the community around it. And they are going to see Richard Hart and the Hexagons and PulseX as the, how you say, the golden standard, like you said, right? I think that's going to be the next big evolution of crypto. Is not, who cares if you had a coin? What do you have surrounding that coin? Do you have a whole ecosystem with that? And that's what Richard Hart's creating. And I think a lot of people fall short to realize that it's a remarkable achievement what he's doing. And if this guy pulls it off, I know he is, it's going to be like game breaking. It really is.
You can't copy and paste the community.
Exactly.
You can't copy and paste Maddie. Richard minted a Maddie. Vitalik doesn't get to mint Maddies. Freaking,
I would like to have a copy of myself.
Anybody else? Sorry. You know, and so we're building momentum.
You can only deal with one Karim, guys. Only one.
That's right. That's right.
Energy.
One's enough.
The important thing to remember is that Karim and Maddie and many others are time lagged.
Yeah.
For years and years and years.
Can't buy us.
You can create the value. We can pump our own bags. We can give away value for free. We can not have referral links, not have trading links. We can turn off advertisements on the YouTube channel that cause people, you're like selling your audience to the leveraged exchange that comes along, and by scamming people, they have a budget to pay $5 per user that they leech off of you and run their advertising lies on. So I think that the game theory works out. Maybe Richard will eventually come out with a YouTube fork and have a coin for that to fund it, to decentralize it, right? Because who wouldn't love to put a few $100 million together and get something that is just as good as YouTube, because the copies of YouTube suck. But at the end of the day, YouTube is renting servers just along with everybody else. So it'll be interesting.
There's one thing you said between what you just said, and that's phenomenal, by the way. And it warmed my heart, right? Because I think back of the journey of the Hexagons, right? But this is where it all started, guys, the Hexagons, right? Not once did you see Hexagons do advertisements. We shut all that crap off. We shut down all those bullshit sponsors, links, referrals, and look how far we came by not touching any of that toxic crap, right? It's beautiful. It shows other folks and other content creators, you don't need any of that stuff. Be genuine, speak from the heart, speak the truth, and the community will come. And look at us. I remember, Maddie, when you only had just a few hundred folks under you, right? I remember when we only had 30 or 40 people on stream and the Quant Gang in the beginning, all that stuff. And now look at this, right? I remember when I even saw it when you was leading up to the first Hex conference and you was getting your feet wet and you was, showing who you were and how you did things. And you didn't have to spill out garbage and lie to your followers and we're going to go to $1,000 tomorrow. You don't have to do any of that crap, right? You was you, everybody was themselves, and not one paid advertisement we had to do. And look where we at right now, right? Guys, imagine just this year what we're going to do when all the gatekeeping really crumbles. And it's crumbling. I can hear the cracks already, right? It's phenomenal, man. And congratulations to you, Maddie. Congratulations to all of you guys.
Thank you.
It's beautiful. And, this conference coming up is exciting. We can't, like Richard Hart says, we can't win any harder, right? It's a done deal, so congratulations.
Taking the opportunity, everybody get aware of the Hex conference, which will be from the 6th to 9th, I guess.
That's right.
And buy tickets for the live event in, Maddie, you know that better than me. When is it?
Marco, do you have your Hex conference tickets already for the in-person?
Of course,
Vegas?
Man. Bro, come on, man. I bought that 2-3 months ago, maybe more.
Awesome.
Hell
because
yeah,
300 have been sold. 300 more exist. They're all on sale now. After tonight, the price will increase from $369, which is a phenomenal deal for 4 full days of conference. The price will go up to $555 per ticket. And I expect that they'll sell out during the online Hex conference because people will be so impressed by the online Hex conference. We've got a dream lineup. And
do more advertising for that. What will people get? I mean, $369 is not much for 4 days of entertainment, of hexicans leading the way. You're getting food, you were saying?
So here's what's up. I have personally taken on this conference as my big job in Hex. And it's helpful for my mental health to have something to do other than just sit around and laugh about how rich we all got in Hex. And so I'm retired. I've bought my freedom, and my freedom says that I want to help spread the adoption of Hex, to be somebody who can speak about mental health, to remind people to take their Omega 369. It's the first step in upgrading your brain from an iPhone 1 to an iPhone 100. And, you know, a lot of people have seen the benefits of Omega 369, which is something I'm passionate about as a mental health therapist. But that's kind of what I'm getting out of this is, you know, to the hundreds of hours I'm putting in ever since June, when we ended the Hex meetup. I've been planning this meetup. The way that I've structured it is just like Richard Hart would be proud. It's a sacrifice style. So you buy a fundraising ticket, and that gives you the rights to watch Quant Gang, which is also for free every Tuesday night. And that allows us to cash the money out of Eventbrite and to put it into an account where we can basically get the best price possible for an awesome venue, and to negotiate with these bloodsuckers in Vegas about the cost of the menu, the food, and everything else, the AV. But I can already tell you, we have an amazing event. It's going to be amazing. But no, you don't get anything for buying the fundraising ticket other than the right to get airdropped an in-person ticket. So it probably only makes sense to people who have been following this channel for a long time, but I know that there are multiple thousand, probably 2,000 or 3,000 people who watch this channel regularly who Hex made you a millionaire. So you can sacrifice your $369 or $555 to get these 4 days of conference, probably 9 to 5. And we'll have that in Las Vegas on the Strip. The location is to be announced. Just like the London meetup, they didn't announce the address right away, but that should come out here next week or this week even. So people can buy tickets. You can go to hexticket.com or hexconference.com.
Yeah, and
I'll make it very simple, right? I'll look at the camera. Hey, you guys in chat, if you want to be cool, show up, buy a ticket, meet this guy in person, buy me a beer, man. Buy a ticket. Let's get it, man. Guys, do it, man. Listen, last Vegas conference, we don't know what to expect, right? We saw each other, but I'm telling you, man, when I saw Karim and these guys like down the opposite side of the casino, and I heard his voice around the corner, like the goosebumps was there. I'm like, holy shit, I'm gonna meet these guys in person for the first time. And it was a blast. Every single day was a blast. And I can remember just like it was yesterday, right? I know this one is going to be way bigger than ever. Don't miss it. Grab your ticket. Listen, we made tons of profits in this. Why not make Richard Hart proud? Why not make the community proud? Represent, right? It's only $369. Buy the ticket. Show up. Show your friends and family you was not wrong. You was right. You're surrounded by loved ones. You're surrounded by successful people that every single day you on Twitter, you on YouTube, you're holding each other down, you're speaking to each other, you guys are trying to build this financial freedom for each other. What's better than showing up in person and you could be around that group of folks, taking a picture and be like, we did it, I'm here, round 2, right? Do it, guys.
Oh yeah,
it's a no-brainer. Like, let's get it, right? Like,
yeah,
buy me that beer, show up. It'd be awesome.
I mean, I mean, we're not going to go viral by doing nothing. There's a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of people we have to reach out to, and we can only reach that if we work together. And what better way of meeting each other and bonding even more? I would love to come.
Hell yeah. And yeah. So it's gonna be awesome.
And Johnny Chaos is going. I just saw it. You better freaking show up,
yeah.
people. You better show up, man. Don't disappoint the guy, man. Don't do it. Let's go. I can't wait, man. It's gonna be great.
And it's coming up. I mean, we're not that far away from the in-person Hex conference.
I know. It's like right there. What is it? January? Oh, we're right there, man.
Yeah,
oh my
2
God.
months away. So
Yo, start doing push-ups and sit-ups and everything, guys. Look good.
That's right.
This is great.
Dude, let's do compound sit-ups. One day you have to do a square more. Then everybody can be looking sick.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
we gotta look good.
Yeah.
Show us this, Maddie. What is this? Show the people how amazing this is.
So this is yeah. So this online Hex conference schedule for later this week here in just 48 hours will be in the middle of the first day of the Hex conference. And so on day one, we're going to have an OG panel. And let me pull up my notes here because I really want to explain to people how amazing this is going to be. The first panel, the first thing you see when we go live for the Hex conference, you're going to see Hexologist. He's confirmed. Motley, the investor, Big Kurkowski, Cabana, Freddie Quotes, Kryptosparbach, Hodl Dog, Johnny Chaos, and myself will all be on screen to start off. And in that first hour, we will talk about community. We will explain what it means to be an OG. And, you're going to see a lot of people who I think they've taught me a lot. They're impressive. They're diverse. And so that's super exciting to me. In that first hour, we're also going to play some videos, and those are going to explain to people who are brand new, what is Hex, what is crypto, what are T-shares. And so those are pre-recorded videos that are going to be really attractive to people who are brand new. So people who are new, they're going to see a bunch of people loving each other, loving the great company and energy that they're creating. Then they're going to learn about what is Hex. And then for the next part of the panel, we'll have an hour's worth of testimonials. We're wanting to have David Feeder, Crypty Girl, Joe Hexotic, Nardo for the win, Nate J, Wendy's for Tendies, Abit Hex, Bitfinesse, and anyone else who has an awesome testimonial story will be welcome to go one by one on that panel. And then we're going to have 20-minute talks from Hexologist, from Hex 19, who's in the audience now, the shark who got hacked, but is also still a shark. And then also Papa B will, I talked to him today. He'll be doing a special presentation on security.
Which, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely
I think that is important.
Yeah, he knows his stuff, man. I'll tell you that much.
Yes.
Absolutely.
If you have any questions about hardware wallets, just go into the PulseChain Telegram channel and whisper hardware wallet, and then Papa B plops out of nowhere and saves your life. This guy is just awesome.
That's correct. And giving him a platform because he's so trusted and helpful, he puts in endless hours in the Pulse chain comm voice chat and is always there helping people hour after hour after hour, despite how difficult it is dealing with the general public on the internet. It's like an impossible task that he does so well. And so we want to recognize him. We want to get his opinion and observations about security after we've built up this reason to be concerned about it. And then we'll have an hour-long presentation that's a follow-up from last year by Kryptosparbach, ALLin, and Patrick doing the power of T-shares keynote that they did last year, which they were the most accurate predictions I heard for what the future supply of T-shares would be, and how valuable it is to that longer pays better, and they were able to change a lot of people's staking behavior by educating and bringing the data. And their models, they were correct in a lot of ways. When a lot of people had the wrong directionality of their predictions, people said that the total number of T-shares would start to go down immediately. They predicted that it would rise a little bit and then it would fall slowly, and that's what it's done. So shout out to them, and for them doing the US road tour and going around doing 40 workshops all around the country. Super exciting. And then the next part. So in the last 2 hours of each day, we're going to have 9 people who get to go. And that'll be part of our social. That'll be a little bit more structured this year than it was last year. And super exciting to have all together on screen. Super Hex Win and El Hexidente. This is our kind of panel of social media all-stars and people who have their place in history, like Serena Alonzi, who is the first Hex YouTuber.
Yeah, man.
Randy Hilarski, Nagabo, who's in the chat here. Shout out to Naga Tribe, Hexmac, Crypto King, the Kenyan Hexakin, and more. We'll have an awesome lineup there for the first hour. And then in the second hour, we'll have Timothy Benjamin, also in the chat, Crypto Contrarian, Hexagon 720, hopefully Christopher Crothers, Chris P. Man, Hexakin, Lindsay, Sinclair Crypto, Toby Wan, Hexobi, and Hodpro. Awesome lineup for the first day.
I remember the first conference when people had to rotate. Nobody wanted to rotate. Everybody's too quiet. Everybody's like, not me.
And that's why we've got everybody scheduled this year, so that we can have everybody with their set time and run smoother and involve more people. Because this means on the first day of the conference, there will be 40 different speakers.
Wow. That's incredible.
40. Wow.
What other community that did this?
That's right. They've tried. People have tried to do 24-hour live streams. People have tried to do conferences like this, but Bitcoin, right? But they weren't this organized 2 years in. So
it's incredible, man.
On day 2, we'll have Crypto Coffee, John Wick, Motley the Investor, and Johnny Chaos to do a price panel. We will have a talk by Crypto Heartbeat with the Compassion Cartel. Karim, everyone knows and loves.
Karim
Gunter, the accountant who did the Hex audit of the OA. And so that'll be an all-star series of 20-minute talks. And then we'll have a dissent panel with Eric Wall. We'll have Coach K, who has a lot of YouTube followers, and Nerd Girl and Seth Estrada all weighing in before we have a Discourse Syndicate explaining their involvement with the Highest of Stakes documentary and showcasing all of the value that they create for the entire ecosystem. And then we'll have kind of a TRL style, a MTV type, a Hexakin music social, where
cool.
we have people coming on and showing their music videos that they've made for Hex, and hosted by DJ Cryptomatic and Freddie Quotes.
I think that's going to be a cool one, yeah.
And then we'll have a social that evening. So all in all, we'll be involving on the second day, Freddie Quotes, Cryptomatic, Korean Investor, Pulse Lord, Black KC Crypto, Mike Grippo from Kissing Candace, Unwrecked Pirate. I haven't been able to reach out to Morgan Corey Donaldson. If anybody knows, hit him up. And then on the other social, Tangent, D'Artagnan 8, Benny, Jexa, Jonathan Udis, Crypto Kool-Aid, The Joker, Nerd Girl, Staked Wealth. So that's a lot to look forward to as well.
It's probably going to be a wild one.
Day 3 is a wild lineup, having the devs, quote unquote, 20-minute talks by Dev Ruth about bridges and vampires.
She is so smart. So smart.
Correct.
Oh my God.
David Feeder, who's going to be a pulse validator, as well as Firebun, who developed the wrapped stakes protocol. This is all cutting edge stuff that we're going to be covering. Then we're going into the quants. Everybody goes crazy for the devs and for the quants. They tune in extra for this knowledge being dropped. So we're going to have Gerardo. Wales Only has agreed to come back on the channel for the Hex conference.
Let's
And
go. Thank
wave
God.
wave 3, I'm hoping to get a hold of Silver to confirm that, and then we'll do an hour-long panel with Justice Hill. Any other NFL players are welcome to jump on with myself and Blaze, and we'll be talking about Sun Wealth. I'm pre-recording Suns Foundation tomorrow. They're putting together a dream team.
Oh
to
yeah,
come,
that's dope.
and it's going to be amazing. We have not, to my knowledge, had a public acknowledgement of all the money that Richard has raised from Suns, and to really for them to break down how they're using that money, what types of projects they want to do moving forward. We're going to have an awesome panel that includes new YouTubers. And so these are people who, many of whom are super popular. They got thousands of followers overnight when they started creating Pulse and Hex content. Crypto Heartbeat, Pulse Gains, Crypto Panda, My Life is Awesome, K for K Crypto, Sticker Guy, Steve Hitson, Rags to Riches, and Freedom TV. Shout out to
guys. I have like 3 videos. I'm so new. I don't even know it myself yet.
That's pretty new.
But before you continue the Sense Foundation part, I know you've been trying really hard to get that done, Maddie. That's awesome.
Yes.
You know, you hear one thing of Richard Hart always saying the same thing, right? I raised $27 million for Sense, blah 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 blah. But for them to finally come out, acknowledge it themselves, explain the use of it, how it's going to work, what their plan is, all that stuff, I think that will bring a bigger impact to his words to the rest of the world. Great job with that, man. That's awesome, dude.
Thank you. And you know, to be honest, like I did have to demonstrate competency in order to get them involved. Like, you know, they did have to build some trust with me.
Yeah,
and
of course.
I was able to do that, you know, because I don't sell anything on this channel. It's for education purposes. It's for therapy purposes. It's so there's a lot of aligned goals that I really got excited about. And so that's why I'm excited to film with them tomorrow to release that then on day 3. And then the other, so thanks for recognizing that. And the other social is Dudley Wins, Hex Farmer, Join the Revolution X, Hex Photographer, Just Being Black KC, Real Maddie Crypto, Holland, and Adam, and TBA. So we're going to have an awesome lineup for day 3 going into the last day of the conference, day 4, where we can do a mental health panel with myself and Blaze and Joe Hexotic and FutureUs. Then we'll have talks by a Staker app, including Steph, Karim, John Wick will talk about the good accounting that was run on the origin address. That's going to be a fascinating talk. Yep. We'll have in the next block, I really wanted to not take an hour with Richard myself this year, but to recognize other people who have been putting in work and maybe haven't gotten to stream with him yet. And so I wanted to put Richard together one-on-one, one at a time with FutureUs, with Gerardo, with Whales Only, Crypto Heartbeat, Super Hex Win, and Kryptosparbach, just to recognize all those people. Then let Richard do his hour-long keynote. And then last year, Richard stuck around for a number of hours doing a social. And so we'll figure out what the best way is to involve people in that, and then have a lineup for the very end of the conference with Balliot Brand, Land Whales Only, Access Alive, Pulsekin 2021, Casey the Hexakin, Dr. Moore, The Great Delusionist, Jack Hex General, and TBA.
Awesome,
yay!
Man.
It's gonna be epic.
I just want 5 seconds with Richard Hart live. If I could hex flex on him live, that's what I want. Just 5 seconds.
Well, you certainly have the fake Rolexes to get you in the
exactly,
door.
That's so funny.
I got many more, man.
Really, I think I'm more jealous of the fake ones than of the real ones.
I'll tell you what, man. He's been incredible. You know, he DM'd me on the side. He loves the idea. He thinks it's funny. It's hilarious.
Nice.
What founder you know that, you know, you can make fun, poke a little bit jokes with him and all that stuff, and he laughs with it and he enjoys it, right? Some other founders are like, oh, pleb, get away from me. You know, like, this is awesome. Like, this guy's freaking the real deal, man. And we're blessed.
Yeah, he really is a normal human, which is just insane.
Yeah, he's cool, man.
Awesome. I blacked out. Somebody else talk.
Yeah. I would, you know, it's funny. Somebody put in the comment they would like to see Wales and Richard talk real quick. I wonder if that conversation how that happened.
That's on there.
Oh,
That's on the schedule.
Oh yes. Okay, that's gonna be great. I wonder
Wales and Richard 1-on-1. Yes,
dude, that's gonna be dope.
One-on-one.
Like, I wonder, are we gonna see, the ratchetness of Wales at one point? Are we gonna see the intelligent version? Or are we gonna see the one that knocks out on stream with Richard, right? Like, will he end up falling asleep? That'd be hilarious, right? Like, oh man.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, but I would love to see a fight between Wales and Richard Hart. I actually don't know what they could fight about, but a fight between these two would be.
I can already see it. I can see Wales looking at Richard like, you don't know what you're talking about. Hex is the best thing out there. Your numbers are wrong. I've been told you. Blah blah. I can see it, you know, but it's gonna be great, man. Maddie, at the end of the day, you put this all together. I don't know if anybody helped you or not. If they did, congratulations to them. I remember when the first conference ended, you was already starting to plan this one, dude. Awesome, man. Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Like,
yeah,
it's cool, man. Really cool.
It's my pleasure, and I'm giving back to the community that gave to me, right? So like,
you're always giving back, man.
People had to teach me about crypto. Yeah. They did that. I didn't pay for trading courses, and now I'm happy to pay it forward, and I hope that other people do as well, and I think they will in this community. So now that everybody is super pumped about the Hex conference, we can continue our discussion about this PulseX sacrifice, which is, that's going to continue the sacrifice phase until like day 3 or 4 of the Hex conference. You'll still be getting the best rate possible, and so
we need to get that out to the people.
Yes, I forgot about that, right? Like, yeah, you kind of think about it. The conference literally is going to run through the whole time where you get the buzz.
And I don't know if Richard planned that on purpose or not, but if the universe planned it or Richard planned it, whatever, I'm cool with it. It's really nice to be able to all come together while this is happening, while the launch phase is occurring, and then we may see Pulse launched before the in-person Hex conference in 2 months, or it may still be being perfected. But what we do know is. Go ahead.
I think it's 4 more weeks.
Sure, but we do know at some point it will launch. We know that the timing of Hex was perfectly timed at the bottom of the market. Mm-hmm. Maybe Pulse will launch, when the market is still so inflated. And either way, I trust Richard. I trust the team that he has working on the game theory, the team he has working on copying code, improving it, all this sort of stuff. I wanted to share just a little bit of my screen about the numbers of the sacrifice and some different considerations. So if we think about, like, does more people sacrificing ruin it for anybody? I don't think it really does. I think at the end of the day, the origin address coming in and diluting everybody, it kind of balances stuff out, and it helps people. It helps the whales protect themselves from themselves, because they can always wreck the price of something. It also protects the new people who don't want to get wrecked by the whales. So I think that the game theory kind of keeps the whales honest. If you put in an extra $1 million into the Pulse sacrifice, you would have gotten a 0.1% share of the $730 million sacrifice. But it would have been about 10x smaller after the origin address sacrificed 13 billion. And that dilution, I think, helps the community in a lot of ways. It allows defensive actions to be taken by the OA if there's a contentious fork. It allows whales to be diluted, but to not increase selling pressure. It allows plebs and people who have to sell every time it doubles, because maybe they're not plebs, but they're people who are just don't have big bags of everything yet. People who are new and looking for their coins to moon. It kind of balances out the entire system. And so I think that the origin address sacrificing, I think it's a good thing. I think we should expect it. I hope that it again occurs after the whales have all gotten in towards the end of the sacrifice phase, which may be at the end of the Hex conference, or it may be all the way in February 23rd when the sacrifice phase really starts to end. Let's see. We did a survey a month ago. It's the most participated in survey that I've done on this channel. 1,400 people here on YouTube who are subscribers voted, and I was asking, will you sacrifice anything for Richard Hart's PulseSwap token, is what we were calling it then, came to be called PulseX now. Yeah. 45% at that time, a month ago, said that they were planning on sacrificing a little. This is before all the tokenomics even got announced.
Yeah, I remember.
45% said that they would sacrifice a little. 30% said a lot. That's 75% of voters. And then 7% said they would not sacrifice at all.
I'm surprised by that
9% said not sure. And 8% said they just wanted to see the results.
7% said no.
But maybe they're 100% staked. These are all people who watch this channel and who probably are more engaged in this channel. So they're going to be a different demographic than just people who aren't time locked for a long period. So I thought that that's interesting. And I think that of the OGs I've talked to, I haven't talked to a huge number, but of the 5 or 10 people I've asked, I think almost everybody is sacrificing more. Maybe like 2/3 of people are sacrificing more.
Yeah,
I'm sacrificing more of my liquid percentage than I did for Pulse, but it's going to be a smaller number. It's still going to be, to me, a medium or large dollar figure, and more than I put into Hex originally. So I would also encourage people, like for me, if I'm onboarding somebody and I'm gifting them $100, I'm gifting them PulseX. I'm not gifting them Hex. And that's just my call. Karim would do it differently. Karim is advocating, it sounded like earlier, for people to buy Hex if they don't have any. But for me, that's the difference. I would say is that I think PulseX, because it's got such a strong use case, because the tokenomics are great, because it's a copy of something that already works and works really well, because of Hart's Law and the liquidity bridges that are going to exist and the incentives of hexagons. I think that the price of Hex is going to continue to do super well. I think that PulseX might overperform in the short term if people don't get greedy trading. But at the end of the day, it could, in a year or two from now, do a 10x, 100x, 1000x, 10,000x. And so I would like to see some of that.
It's funny because literally everybody I spoke to, my little clique of people I brought into crypto and to Hex for the past year or so. A lot of them, they went into Pulse Chain, and like I said, some of them went a little heavy, some didn't. They wasn't sure. And then now they're really excited for this PulseX sacrifice. And a lot of them, they feel like they missed the boat a little bit by putting not too much into Pulse Chain or into Hex. So now they're going big. And believe it or not, my biggest surprise was my wife, right? Little story. My wife, she knows we're in Hex, she knows we're in Pulse Chain, etc. And she knows, I love this community to death, and this is all I live and dream about now. Even then, she always had the little thought of her head, monopoly money and all this other stuff. And, and over time, I catch her, little by little, watching videos on her own, right? At first, I try to, throw it all at her, right? Oh, you got to watch this. You got to watch this. Watch Richard watch this. And she was, she felt pressured and bombarded and everything like that. And so I left her alone. I didn't speak about things. She saw me do my thing, all that stuff. And, little by little, I started hearing her watching videos in the other room, and she's watching Crypto Coffee. She's watching Maddie. She's watching Richard. She's watching the old stream. She's watching everybody, right? Till last week, she knew. She was like, hey, so when is this thing starting? I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean, what's starting? So this PulseSwap X things, sacrifice, give up your stuff type of thing. I'm like, oh, you're talking about the sacrifice day? She's like, yeah. I'm like, why? I was curious, why? She's like, oh, so are you ready? Do you decide what you're going to do? Stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking about what we're going to do. Stuff like that. She's like, well, I know what I'm going to do. I was like, huh? What do you mean what you going to do? We're already doing this. She's like, yeah, but I would like to throw extra, my own choice of what I want to do. And, and I was like, all right, fine. She's going to throw couple of hundred, 1,000, and the number she came up with, of course I'm gonna disclose it. She came up with, and she was like, "Hey, I want us to put that in, extra." It blew my mind. I'm like, "Whoa!" Like, okay, babe, like let's do this. Let's rock and roll. And I encourage folks, like, if you have a spouse, you have a partner, or stuff like that, don't give up on them, right? Like, try to educate them. Don't bombard them with stuff, but give them their space. Let them get their feet wet, and trust me, they will learn to swim on their own. And when they're ready to go do that Olympic-sized pool marathon type of thing, you could grab their hand and do it with them, right? And that's what I did with my wife, and I love it, man. Like, it's beautiful. And now, every day, I sent her the link of the PulseX lead and all that. She gets excited, right? And it's funny because even her best friend, and our best friends, we grew up together, was in Hex and Pulse Chain and stuff like that. So I had my own little chat with them on the side. My wife always watched from afar. Now she's into the conversation. Now she's into
That's so
stuff.
cool.
So, yeah, man,
Awesome.
it surprised me, and she's excited for this. And last night, we was just watching the new interview with Richard Hart, and she loved it. She was like, "My God, this guy's amazing." I was like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool." So, guys, don't give up on your family, friends, or the loved ones that you told about Hex or Pulse Chain and they ignored you. Sometimes they could come around. That there you go, that thing, right? They could come around and finally see the light, and you never know, like, how big they could commit to it, or the price, right? Like, I didn't even think my wife would do that much, and I was surprised. Like, okay, like, and that money, she was planning to do other things for herself, just to spoil herself. That's something I've been giving her for like a long time on the side, and she wants to make another big investment. So I was like, cool. So don't forget about your family and friends. It's important.
Very cool. Very good points. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
This was Richard's interview with somebody who apparently he met up with in person in London back when that was a couple weeks ago. No, it was a month ago now that the second birthday for Hex happened, and we know that Richard was in London for that. It appears that this was filmed in London, but we're not sure how much longer after the meetup, the 731 meetup, it was filmed, but it just got released yesterday. This is a channel that has 2.2 million subscribers on YouTube. So what is this? The second week in a row where Richard has released an interview with somebody with over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. He just crossed 100,000 for the first time here. And in crypto, that's pretty big. In the rest of the world, it's not, but starting to see slowly but surely the gates be taken down, or kind of this virality getting ready to happen. It's really cool.
Oh, in my eyes, right? Him reaching 100,000 is almost like him reaching 1 million, right? Think of how much gatekeeping, how much blocking, how much ignoring. Like, there's so many celebrities and famous people and all that stuff that he tweets and they never reply back, right? I guarantee you, mark my words, Richard Hart's going to make it big 2022, right? Like, really, really big. And I guarantee these people down the road are going to line up pretending they never ignored the guy, watch. It's going to happen, man. They're going to all request to speak to this guy. I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you. I can already see it, So, and when it happens, guys, let's not be like hyenas and attack them. Let it happen. It is what it is, And then we got bigger goals to reach out to the world. Just let it happen, right?
That's right. Yeah. And we're sacrificing for freedom of movement here as well. That's an important principle that we can get behind as people who, like freedom and movement. So here, yeah, I mean, we could see that the top addresses, I mean, even the top 100, you have to be sacrificing $350,000, and we're not even done. We're 5 days in to something that's going to be at least 10 days, but when the origin address Sacs might be 4 to 6 weeks from now. So it's happening. Don't look at these numbers if they're going to cause you to make bad financial decisions for yourself. But
stick to your plan.
rewind, follow the plan, and just take take whatever approach you want to, but make sure it's informed. And now, are there any other points that you guys think we need to make before we start to wrap things up?
Very simple, right? I guess what you could take out of all this is very simple. Number one, have your plan, stick to your plan. Don't be emotional with your investment. Be smart with it. If you're not sure, take a breather, walk away. Karim used to always teach this. Go take a damn cold shower if you have to, right? Come back to the drawing board.
Yes.
And then make the decision again. If you're not sure, I think the best thing is, if you're not sure about anything, just sit on your hands, right? Sit on your hands, relax, go back to the drawing board and do it again. But you do not want to do random mistakes, random choices, or you go on Twitter, you see somebody, oh, I sacrificed this amount, I just did it now, and then you hype in and you do it too. You're like, oh, that's not my plan, right? Not only that, don't miss this weekend. The conference is gonna be amazing, guys. Maddie, congratulations once again. That's amazing. Guys, one more time, do not forget to buy this guy right here a beer. Get your tickets. It's gonna be amazing. I'll probably be drunk as hell if you guys buy too many tickets. So buy it, man. I'd rather see that than nothing. So it's gonna be a beautiful sticker, guys. Been a pleasure. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks.
This was great, man. Everybody in the chat, phenomenal. I love this community. I'm not going nowhere. It's a blessing to be here. It's a blessing to hear your guys' thoughts and everybody's thing. And thank you for this. This is truly an honor, and I love it, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. You guys made me look like a hero in front of my kids, because the next day or two I showed them the little stream and my kids were like, Daddy's on YouTube. It's awesome, So
yeah,
it's pretty cool, man. So thank you guys, for letting me be part of this. I really appreciate it. I would never, take this for granted. So thank you.
Thank you for adding value. I really mean it. And we're looking forward to having you on again as a guest here.
Whenever, man.
I wanted to point out, this is something, I guess if I tweet about something, it doesn't mean that the YouTube audience hears it. I believe that the reason for these negative days in current hex holders, which this could be investigated on chain, I'm sure, but I'm pretty sure, my intuition is telling me that those are people who just sacrificed all of their hex because they were waiting. Somebody put $1,000 into hex. They were waiting for a sacrifice to open. It opened. They got the go ahead from whoever onboarded them, and they sent all their hex. A cool trick. If
I think you hit it on the nail. Yeah.
And so it's really not losing users the same way that it would be if people were selling all their hex. They're sacrificing their hex, and so it's not hurting the price as it would. And so that's kind of cool to see that the numbers are already starting to, kind of be a little bit harder to interpret, but it's just that understanding of, if you looked at it at first glance, you might say, oh no, there's a reversal in the number of people who are in hex, when in reality, the number of people who are in Richard Hart projects who are going after those Genesis coins, it's at an all-time high, even with the people switching. Personally, what I've started doing is I'll leave a little bit of hex dust in a wallet if I'm messing with it. And so if I'm setting up a wallet for somebody and I'm sacrificing their hex, I might leave like 1 hex or 0.2 hex in the wallet, and then it stays on the board under total holders and all that kind of stuff. So.
But I think what you're saying is true, right? Like, I think what people did too, I think it's for like safety, or just for they don't play with their set. Say, for example, I had 100,000 hex I wanted to sacrifice, but I have liquid already. Maybe I make a wallet to the side just to throw it there, just to keep it there, so I don't get tempted to touch it. And then they do make the move. So yeah, you're right. I think that's could happen. So, Richard.
All right, guys, I gotta go.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually,
Yeah.
I think I want to listen to Richard. It was a pleasure being here.
Likewise. Yeah. Let's DM about what our schedule is for tomorrow. And thanks for joining. You rock.
See you guys. Have a great time, chat.
Yes, sir.
I am just gonna follow through this this surprise that it looks like Richard is doing some sort of voice chat on Twitter, cool. Twitter Spaces. Let me go ahead and drop the link and see if we can just start listening into just the first part of it so that people get an idea of what's going on. I'm going to drop the link for Richard's Twitter, and then I'm going to go to share screen and include the audio.
Yeah. What happens when they don't want to give it to you? Do you cry and beg out front? Do you pee yourself? Self-sovereignty, controlling your own money, is what cryptocurrency was invented for. Removing counterparty risk is what cryptocurrency was invented for. And it does it way better than gold does. Even terrible, slow, poorly priced performing Bitcoin murders gold, absolutely murders it. And even though the Bitcoin community is the most toxic thing I've ever seen in my entire life, so toxic that they literally put toxic symbols in their usernames. How do you on-ramp new users when you fully and totally embrace toxicity? Doesn't make sense. Now you could say, Richard, aren't you being toxic? There's a difference between speaking the truth to idiots and making it look toxic, right? But when I see people lying and misleading people and harming people, you're not supposed to be nice to them. When they say things that are blatantly false directly to your face, you're not supposed to be nice to them. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, tweet my space. Yeah, I might as well do that, huh? Might as well promote this trash. Let's show this on Telegram too. Give me a second to copy this over here. Share. How do I get a link for this? How do I share this?
It looks like maybe we caught it closer to the beginning.
This is making this very hard. Give me a second.
It's cool to see in Twitter Spaces the different icons that pop up of the people who are listening. Very familiar faces like Michael Morton, ALLin Doss. I need to be messaging some of these people and inviting them to the Hex conference, don't I?
Copy link. Cool. I love that you can't use spaces on desktop. Oh.
Yeah, the share button's in the bottom right corner. I don't know if he sees it.
Oh, no, it works while I'm tabbed out.
So we may be the only YouTube channel that's streaming.
All right.
This. I guess I could.
How many people are in here? I wonder.
Streamers.
Boy, a lot. Gee, I guess we're a lot more popular than those guys. This is a lot of listeners.
This is great exposure.
So back to what I was saying. These people,
I think you should do this more often.
They say things that are blatantly false. Now, it was funny when I was listening to Peter Schiff. He was like, hey, wait a second. Ethereum's better than Bitcoin. The Bitcoiners are like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Here's some things I heard. All of the Ethereum nodes are in the United States and Europe, but the Bitcoin nodes are in Africa. That's what I heard. And I was like, oh, yeah? Well, does Africa have like a good record of censorship resistance? Is that where you want to put critical infrastructure? Because, you know, if it all goes bad everywhere else, you've always got Africa to get your back. And how valuable are these non-mining nodes? Right? Oh, well, you want to mine a new transaction? The miners decide what goes in those transactions. Not the nodes that are just sitting there watching. It's like watching a guy walk up to a train as it's coming to a stop at a station and acting like he stopped the train physically himself. That's what being a non-mining node is like. Let's see if we've got any of these Bitcoin cowards or gold cowards that raise their hands for me to let them speak. Any of you little cowards want to talk? Any of you want to get educated on live stream here? See, that's the funny thing is, like, these guys have no testicles whatsoever. They talk about lifting weight and eating steak all the time, and you look at them and they're weak. You're like, yo, I see a bunch of big, thick Hexicans who do more than identify as the food they eat. Oh, and by the way, to talk about another thing, Bitcoin versus Ethereum versus other things, go look at the sacrifice amounts on PulseX.com. Or actually, I just tweeted this, so
I think Twitter's gonna be
let's
like,
take a look at these
what have we
numbers,
done?
which are maybe how old are these numbers? These numbers are like 6 hours old. $329 million came in on the Ethereum chain. Now that includes ERC20s and stables. $8 million came on the Binance chain. $4 million came on the Bitcoin chain. Bitcoin has 100 times less adoption for payments in the PulseX.com sacrifice. 100 times. 100 times. You talk about these other coins, right? Cardano, XMR, Litecoin, XRP, BCH. They have less adoption than some of the ERC20s. I mean, more Uniswap coin came in than like all of the other coins except Cardano, Bitcoin, Binance, and Ethereum and stables. Like Link, they had more. You're just like Shib, Crow, Sushi. All of them had more than Bitcoin Cash, Tron, EOS, XLM Lumens. You're just like, the ERC20s have more adoption than these layer one chains. It's crazy. All right, so if I want to talk to somebody in here, I'd prefer you have like a bunch of followers and not already be a fan, right? So if you guys want to go recruit some of these cowards, gold cowards, Bitcoin cowards, to kind of have the chat in the space here, because I can't listen to this brain cancer on this other platform. This other platform, this terrible, disgusting, trash other platform that I'm not even going to name, listening to chats on there give you cancer. You need like ear bleach. Here we go. Who's this guy? DeFi. All right. How do I let you speak? Add as speaker. All right. What's up? You're live. He's muted. You have to unmute yourself in software. It's pretty stupid that they don't like tell you how many followers the people that raise their hands have, because that's how you filter quality pretty much. What's going on here? Got to raise your hand if you want to talk. It's just currently me all by myself here. This other dude I let talk, you don't know how to speak. All right, well, I'm just going to accept this other random guy with no followers, since none of y'all are smart enough to click the speak button. Hey, random guy, what's up? Hey, more people are figuring out how to request to speak. There we go. All right.
Hey, Richard, thanks for the invite.
My pleasure. Let me guess. There's no one here that's in disagreement.
What's up, homie?
Yeah, no disagreement here. You don't want me, Rich.
Yeah, I'm just like wondering where the Bitcoiners are. Wondering where the gold bugs are. Where you at, guys?
They're afraid.
Yeah, I'll argue with them too.
I mean, how many people are in this room? It actually doesn't give me a number.
No
800.
It was like
There's 800
almost.
people in this room.
I'm showing 1,000 people right now.
Hey, we got a football player in here. Let's get Mr. Football Homie.
Hey, before we
Boom.
do that, I would just like to
What?
say, if everyone could just retweet Richard's tweet and maybe throw some hashtags in there to try to, get
Yeah, we
the
want to
reach
get
out.
this spicy, We don't want to just have a monologue from me. I think we want to get other people that have the balls to step. Not that they tend to be too smart, but
Yeah. Do
We
it.
can argue with each other.
lol.
Somebody tag somebody who got something to say to Richard.
Come on, get Eric
Yeah,
Wall on.
please bring them.
I know everybody ain't running.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, though, man. I crushed so many people that they mostly run now. They tired.
So I see the name of the room is Bitcoin and gold to zero. What's the time frame that you're thinking?
We've got a winner.
It's not about a time frame. It's about the movement.
I think pizza is the most valuable commodity in the world, and it's impossible for any one person to make a pizza.
I'm back. My app crashed.
Hey,
Lol.
I'd like to admit something. Chainlink Marine here. A lot of people told me Richard Hart Hex was a scam about a year ago. They told me to stay away with it. Even Chainlink God, who has like 100,000 followers,
Yep.
told me Richard Hart was shady, and that's been one of the worst decisions they've ever said. And Richard Hart, you're doing a lot of good things, and very excited.
Yeah, man. Thank you. It's crazy because these people, it's like somebody made an ad on the internet that was a pro Hex ad, and it said Hex is the most evil scam ever created or something like that for a headline. And then he went through and just listed all the awesome things about Hex and all of the like subtext. This is on Hacker Daily or some hacker site. Can't remember the exact which one. And then people would just Google it and copy paste the like headline and not actually read the article that said the exact opposite of what the headline said. And so I feel like a lot of people, when they looked at Hex, they just treated it like, oh, what's this? You know, and they didn't bother to learn about it. But now, after the years have passed, you're like, yeah, we're still the thing that monetizes time. We're still the thing that monetizes the only thing the price chart cares about, buying and holding. You guys are still coming up with all these silly little memes to try to convince people to buy and hold instead of just paying them directly to do the only thing that matters. So you're coming up with, oh, we're going to team up with this company. Oh, we're going to add this technology. Oh, you're like, okay, yeah, cool. None of that matters to the price chart. None of it. Absolutely none of it. The only thing the price chart cares about is buying and holding. All that other stuff is excuses to get people to buy and hold. So, if we have 100% uptime while everything else is failing all around us, it's crazy to me. It's like I'm on another planet. How do people that have failures and they can't keep their websites up even get the opportunity to speak to someone with 100% uptime? Coinbase is down all the time. Ravencoin, 10% inflation bug. Some hacker minted an extra 10% of the supply, sold on exchange. Are you kidding me? How are these people allowed to even speak to me? How are like XLM, inflation bug, Bitcoin? Other planet where people don't actually care to look at the measurements of reality. The reality is we crush, we dominate everything. And we're not just stopping with Hex. I mean, Pulse Chain Testnet's been running great for months. Where else do you know that you could go get all your coins on the Ethereum network and the ERC20s for free on another network? It's never happened before. First time in history. Like I do these miraculous things that change everything. They change the game. They do everything better. And then these fools with less money, less eloquence, less style, less impact, less money donated to charity, less uptime, less reliability, less security, worse communities. They look at me and they think they're better than me. And I'm like, man, there is not a single thing better about these people than me, except body weight. That's about it. I'm fat. But other than that, these dudes is all getting crushed. Absolutely crushed. Look, we got how many people in this room now? And it's so stupid that I can't even see a number for this. This is wild to me.
If you lower the if you collapse the room that shows and it says there's a little bit over 1,000 people.
Oh, nice, dude, nice. Collapse. Got it.
1,100.
Thanks for the tip. Thanks for the tip, man. Yeah. Now here's another
You
one.
can also pin tweets to the top too. So if you got cool tweets, you can pin them, and then people can explore those tweets while others are talking.
Well, thank you. That's really helpful, man. I appreciate that. So, and by the way, listen to how many people we got listening to this live stream right now. We got 1,100 people right now. The Bitcoin and gold guys with tons more followers, they had 700 people in their chat. They had 700 people listening. We got 1,100. They got 700. The proof is so obvious and so easy to see. I like when some guy tweeted, he's like, I talked to 11 billionaires this week and none of them asked about Hex. And you're like, yeah, what's it like to be late? Tell me what it's like being late, bro. I bought Bitcoin at 30 and mined it at 50 cents. Michael Saylor bought at 10,000. Who do you think got a better deal? You like being late? But when I had a huge stack of Bitcoin, Saylor was saying I was going to die like online gaming. The only guys that want to chat are like Hex guys. I don't know. Here's people that I don't recognize. I'll just like approve them here.
What's funny about that tweet that he's talking
I'm just
about?
approving.
A lot of people was copying and pasting that tweet and didn't realize it. It's
I think
hilarious.
Another difference between this platform and the other platform, Richard, is that the Twitter platform has a limited number of people that can come on stage, just so you know.
Oh, well, lame. So I can't. Yeah. So some of these requests are just like not going through now. Yeah. Man, you seem to like answer my questions right before I ask them. That's great.
Yeah,
Well, I think
I'm really appreciating
all the
Oh, sorry.
gatekeeping that's going on. Sorry, man. All the gatekeeping that's going on, Richard, is like by definition some sort of image problem for the brand. There's no product problem, no community problem, no.
Well, it's
founder
hilarious to me because
problem,
it just
nothing.
makes them look
But
stupid. It's like,
yeah, but I mean, but that is the problem. So I mean, you know, if that is what you're trying to overcome, then we have to figure out exactly what that is. But it doesn't even seem to matter, right? Everything's working. Like,
well, no, the reason. So,
how
like,
much
the
bigger
reason,
do you want it?
the reason, well, a lot. I want everyone to sell all their Bitcoin and buy Hex, Pulse, PulseX, things that are better.
But it's happening. Look at the chart. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
It's
I know.
happening.
Deserve. So I try and come friendly with these people, and then they don't act. But if you don't get any response, you don't win. I got to save these people's followers. These people are being led to slaughter by the people that they think are trying to help them. So the only way I can get in front of their audience is by pushing hard. You know. So you know, if
Well, there are other ways though. There are other ways.
we doing all those ways, man. What's the way we're not doing? I mean, we're not going door to door. Like I haven't knocked on any physical doors in a while. Okay, we're not doing that one. I could buy an ice cream truck. I ain't doing that one.
I don't. Hey, I've done the door-to-door thing, and I don't recommend that. It's not.
No, I grew up a
effective.
Jehovah's Witness. I know how it goes.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I was just hustling, but yeah, they. But what my man was just saying is another suggestion now. A complete positive approach without attacking. I'm not saying that's the right approach.
No, I
That
rotate
is
through
another
them.
approach.
I rotate through them. Look, with people that you've never met before, you go positive with them. But for people that are ghosting you, you have to get on their feed, right? Why do you think Peter Schiff talks so much trash about Bitcoin? Just because he wants people to buy the gold. It's why do you think people watch reality TV? Because people like conflict. Why do you think every movie has a conflict in it? Why aren't there any movies without conflict? People really, really, really care about conflict, and they'll only pay attention to conflict. And so I'm utilizing what is a successful storytelling strategy and a successful social media strategy, and I do it with limited. I'm not doing a Bitcoin Jesus here. I'm not doing a Roger Ver. I'm not blowing out. Like,
listen,
are you going to talk to Robert Kiyosaki? Like, he would be a good person to talk to, the rich dad, poor dad, because you guys are kind of on the same idea.
As good as you introduce them to me. If you set it up, then great, I do it. But if you don't set it up, it doesn't get done.
There's some people in the Hex community already, like with the rich dad, poor dad. They've done like podcasts with them, and you guys are kind of already have the same kind of like ethos, like freedom and stuff. So it would kind of be like you're kind of going against, like, you want to do the fight thing. Makes a lot of sense. Do the fight thing for like freedom. You'd gain more followers, like you're doing. It makes a lot more sense right now.
Well, you might have heard of the PulseX.info sacrifice phase supporting freedom of movement and freedom of assembly.
100%.
Or the previous PulseChain.info sacrifice for freedom of speech. I'm a big fan of those things. And the thing is, the issue is cancel culture is a thing, and I am purposely quiet about some of these things that will get you banned, because we'd be better off creating a side channel that just promoted those things, like a diode, and then if it got killed, it didn't affect what had the energy to create it. So you're not going to see me you're not going to see me risking all of the work I've done on social to promote things that I could just do through a side channel. Because it's like, would you prefer, if you're going to war, would you prefer that your enemies fight your other enemies, or would you rather properly, point out your position and then they fight you instead? You're like, no, let my enemies fight my enemies. Like I can get the word out about these things I care about without having to blow up my main social. I obviously care about freedom of movement a lot.
Richard, I take you as the sun, and you can't look at the sun directly. You can only look at it indirectly, and you blind people with the truth that you speak. And people cannot accept that. They have a hard time overcoming their outdated paradigms in the things that you preach.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's just, I don't tell people stuff and then not tell them why. I tell them the stuff and I tell them exactly why. And then it's so obvious. Like, how can I still be hearing about unconfiscatable Bitcoin when it's for sale from confiscation from the government all the time? It's like, guys, you're lying to people. You're straight lying.
Yeah, but Richard, what's happening is that, if we hear what you're saying about the different points about Bitcoin and versus some of the better products like Hex, and then on their side they're saying the exact same thing, right? So it cancels each other out. So if Richard's saying that that's garbage, they're saying that this is garbage, and then there's this audience in the middle, and it's very difficult for them to discern through this information, just because they have other things going on in their life. They have information overload, and that's why like some of the strategies of breaking through the noise are critical.
Yeah. Let's see who else we got here raising their hands. Mr. RG3 Pilot.
Hey Richard, you think they're gonna do Pulse, and do you think they're gonna do Pulse dirty on CoinMarketCap?
I don't know, man. I mean, so like if you look at this from their perspective, like they're probably lazy as shit. And so because they're probably lazy as shit, they don't want to add, 1,000 new Pulse ERC20 pairs, right? So like you've got Link on the Ethereum network, you've got Link on Pulse. You've got Crow on the Ethereum network, you got Crow on Pulse. You got Uni on the Ethereum network, you got Uni on Pulse. You got Hex on the Ethereum network, you got Hex on Pulse. You got USDC on the Ethereum network, you got USDC on Pulse. All right, well now you have to have a separate pair for all of those, right? And they're all going to have different prices. So
isn't that the same true with like Polygon and all these other side chains where you have Ethereum on
no. Well,
you have Ethereum on Polygon, and separately you have Ethereum on Ethereum. You have Ethereum on Immutable, right? And then you have Ethereum on Ethereum.
Well, it's a little bit different. It's actually a lot bit different. So when you wrap Hex and you put it on Polygon, the Hex that is there, as long as they don't fail, is actual Hex. So you're sending it to their bridge contract, and then they're creating a representative token on the Polygon network. And then when you destroy the one on the Polygon network, it releases the one on the mainnet. So in theory, you really are trading real Hex, except for the extra counterparty risk and latency. And so all of the other networks are that way. You're trading wrapped assets. So they don't really have a different price. Now, they will have a different liquidity profile in the trading pairs on those other systems. None of those other systems is as liquid as the Ethereum chain for wrapped ERC20s anyway.
Yeah, like QuickSwap.
Right.
Hex usually trades a different price than Ethereum price.
Right.
Usually by a good amount sometimes.
Yeah, and so from that perspective, if you're a coin ranking site and you care about listing coins prices and it has a different price on another chain, I think it'd be really intelligent to list the other price. But it's even more different with Pulse because you're going to have encapsulated assets, sure, but you're going to have even more unencapsulated assets. So you could wrap your Ethereum link and bridge it over to Pulse and trade it, or you could use your PRC20 copied link that's native to the chain and doesn't have any counterparty risk from a bridge and trade that. And so you're going to have two links on the Pulse chain network. You're going to have the bridged in E-link. You're going to have the link that's the PRC20 that's native to the network. And, I don't know how, I don't know what their prices are going to be, So yeah, I don't know what CoinMarketCap's going to do, but look, if someone wants to do negative SEO and just remove their rank so that no one has to listen to them anymore, like we don't have to bother with them anymore. Like all these coin ranking sites, they're just as useful as they rank for stuff in Google. So if their Google ranks go away or they're replaced by places that don't suck more, cool. And by the way, as far as the negative SEO stuff goes, if maybe don't do that if it's not legal. So if it is legal, have fun. If it's not legal, don't. But yeah, these coin ranking sites, they do have.
I guess smart contracts on different
I might try to
blockchains
jump on to
communicate
ask him
with
a
each other,
question.
and I think they're planning
it
on
might
coming
help
out with
out.
it this year.
Yeah,
Me too.
Cool. Basically all of these interchain things
Right,
comes
one
down to
question I
counterparty
think
risk.
should help.
The only
is anyone who wants
only
security to
thing that does
with marketing as much as he can.
interprotocol without counterparty risk is
But I think he should come up with a
atomic
list
cross
of the
swaps,
top 10
and
people
everything
who
else
are
has
first
admin
to us
keys.
to focus as
So
community to engage with.
Yeah, I'm
People
just
he actually
letting you
wants
know
to
because
entertain and
down the
talk
line,
to, and the top
you might
10
get introduced
haters
that
we should try to target
maybe
itself,
the Pulse
right?
network could use
Because if
CCIP.
everybody just
we've got
spreads
a
out
whole
and try
chat
to
room
grab random
dedicated to bridging
people,
technology,
I think we're
and
spreading
we've
ourselves
already
too thin,
figured out what the best that exists is
and I think
currently.
that's
So
what we need from him.
if
Who he
that exists one
prefers
day, we'll
to
look at
try to
it.
engage
But
with, and we go for
I don't
that.
like beta testing software either. Let other people lose money figuring out where the bugs are, and then maybe we'll use it.
What's your opinion on Chainlink, by the way?
It's a meme coin. So it was advertised. That's literally a meme coin. So it was advertised as a way to, derive truth from the world. But then we've had instances where people lied about the truth and weren't penalized. So somebody had a price feed for the price of gold. It lied about the price, and there's no slashing, there's no bonding, there's no penalty, there's nothing. It's a joke. It doesn't do anything. All Chainlink is a marketplace for people to advertise their. I'm going to run a server and it's going to poop prices at you and hope I don't lie so everybody loses money. That's all it is. It's an eBay for price feeds. And then it just memed and the price went up. Now look, Dogecoin is just a meme too, right? All these
That's not
logo
fair to
change
say.
coins.
It seems like when DeFi really blew up because of Chainlink oracles, and a lot of DeFi protocols that don't use Chainlink oracles seem to get liquidated and hacked. And to be honest, I don't know what you're talking about. With Chainlink has a bad reputation with they didn't slash someone, but I'll take your word on it.
Okay. Well, no. Let's go through it. Okay. If I set up a server and my server says that the price of gold is this, then people build a bunch of infrastructure around my server, and then my server lies and people lose money. Is that okay? Or was the protocol designed to
You would
prevent
lose money too, because you would have to stake up collateral, and I don't think it would be profitable.
It doesn't get taken. I just tried to explain to you that it doesn't get taken. You don't get penalized.
Well, they're coming out with staking this year, so we'll see what happens.
Well, that's my point, is there's no reason to lie about what the thing does. So if you're if you're a marketplace for the sale of the services of oracles, go ahead. But if you lead people to believe that there's some kind of penalty if your oracle lies, you are lying, because that isn't in there. It's not in there. There's no feature by which you lose money by lying as an oracle. None. But you think there is. I know that you think there is, but I'm telling you there's not. And that's because they did good marketing to sell you a lie that you fell for, and so did everybody else. Now, is a marketplace of oracles useful? Sure. Are federated oracles better than centralized ones? Sure. Can everyone still lose a ton of money? Sure. But at least say that. Be honest about it. So, like, you know, if they had a bonded thing that penalized people for lying, then it would match people's expectations, and then it would have more merit. But as it is, it's just an eBay for price oracles, and any of the oracles can lie whenever they want, and there's no penalty for doing so, even though everybody thinks there is. And if you go back in history, you can see that oracles have lied, and they have not received any penalties whatsoever, because it's not in the protocol. There ain't no penalties.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. If they do develop a system where they do slash, then you would think it's pretty cool. So
It'll be better. Look, I am in cryptocurrency for censorship resistance and removing counterparty risk, and relying on somebody else's server to give me prices sucks. I can run my own server. I don't need their server. I do not need their server. And by the way, as far as that goes, sometimes the prices that they get are wrong. When the New York Stock Exchange gives wrong prices from its feed, and they get propagated across everyone else's oracles, who do you give the admin keys to roll that change back? Because it was wrong. The New York Stock Exchange has published bad price data before. And so all of these oracle things tend to come down to counterparty risk. Because if you want that price feed to be accurate, and the New York Stock Exchange rolled back their chain, so to speak, you got to roll back your chain. And so it comes down to admin keys, which is, I hate admin keys. I absolutely despise them. Look, I can tell you have a bag of link, and I can tell that people have been donating and sacrificing their link here. So how much link have we had come in? We've had $1 million of link sacrificed at PulseX.info. I'm glad, you know, it's one of the larger coin sacrificed. Actually, it's the largest coin sacrificed next to Hex, Ethereum, USDC, USDT, Wrap Bitcoin, and DAI. We've had more link come in than any other coin. So I'm not
I'll
trying
be honest
to,
with you. I got wrecked in just liquidations fucked me over, and the leverage button especially. I'm just a 20-year-old college kid. I had a little bit too much fun with leverage on Aave with Chainlink, and Chainlink dumped a shit ton. And then that's when I really found
I love this part that the guy's talking about that.
And I started watching your streams talking about leverage sucks. Cool guy.
and by the way, like, isn't there a meme that Sergey dumps his link like every week? Like, doesn't he dump his price every week?
Yeah.
Isn't the founder dumping on you every single week?
Yeah, the team would dump for a while. I think they stopped.
Yeah. Well, I know Ethereum sold. I know that Vitalik sold a lot of Ethereum, and I know Sergey Nazarov has sold a lot of Link. I think Hex is a little better. Hey, I'm gonna see if I can add some more speakers here. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I jump in for a second, Rich?
Yeah, go ahead.
How's it going, bro? Good to hear from you again. Say hi to Brent for me. Love that guy. Freaking cool dude. I wanted to just jump in real quick and just explain to this young man what's going on here is, you just said you defended one of the other chains out there, and Richard kind of laid it all on the line like he's been doing to us for a long time. So it's all about trust, and this whole space is about trust. And Richard has done that for me, because I'm not a gearhead when it comes to crypto. I don't know all this stuff, but when Richard speaks and then he explains it in terms that you can understand, like, hey, no, this guy's really lying to you, or this guy's doing this to you, or this guy's doing that to you, and here's the proof, then it's made it very easy for a guy like me to stand behind Hex and just let it sit there, because I know that Richard crossed his T's and dotted his I's with this and hasn't lied to it. It's been about trust. I trust the guy. I trust what he's done, because it's worked for 2 years flawlessly. And everything else in crypto from the time that I've been around it has been nothing but bullshit and lies, but not Hex. And thank God Richard did it. I appreciate you, Richard, for doing what you did, because now we actually have crypto. And when Pulse and Hex get together, we really have crypto. We didn't have it before. Bitcoin proved a concept. That was it. Ethereum proved that you could program these cryptos. That was it. And they both failed at going any further. Well, Richard's going to take it to the next step, and we're really going to I'll get out of here. Somebody asked about Robert Kiyosaki. Literally this weekend, guys, I get to meet Robert Kiyosaki and explain Hex to him. I have meetings in my suite with Jason Gammon, with Ken McElroy, with Jason Hartman. I get to meet with this whole crew, and we're going to explain Hex and Pulse to them so that the Kiyosaki team can actually understand what it's all about. So I'm real excited about it. I get to go to Houston and spend the week with all of them. And when we get back, we're going to be doing streams with all of them and upping our production quality as far as being able to do interviews and whatnot. The crew's coming over here to my house and building a whole new studio, new cameras, new audio equipment, the whole shebang shaboom. So guys, we're getting in with the finance crew over there at Rich Dad. So it's gonna be cool. So more to come.
Wow, that sounds really cool.
Richard, I got a question for you.
Richard might be having connectivity issues potentially.
Yeah.
Or he dropped his phone.
Well, RG3, what's up, man? I respect you to the utmost extent. Homie, appreciate what you put out in the space.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it's a labor of love, that's for sure. I just, always felt like after what Richard did, what he did for us, that, we all in whatever way we can have to try and do a little bit to give back, and because, it's no expectation from work from others, right? So who's going to do the work? It's us, right? So whatever you can do, however small it is, whether you're dropping nickels and dimes on the streams to help the streamers build their networks and get the word out, or you're out there at some of these events with Kryptosparbach, helping people onboard, or you're just onboarding yourself at home. Every little bit that we can do to build awareness and bring people to the table to see what this is all about, because guys,
Hey,
when Pulse
real quick. I'm sorry, Richard. Try making. I'm not sure if you leave the room. Does anybody know if Richard leaves the room? Well, I mean, if you make someone else a co-host, because like Twitter has these problems with spaces. If he makes RG3 a co-host and then he leaves the room, I'm not sure if that will kill the room for everybody or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it looks like
he changed the name of the room to say his mic isn't working, which is a common. That's why the other platform.
All right. He just sent me into co-host the space. So there we go. So maybe he'll come back.
Yeah.
But,
otherwise, we'll all jump back in the room. If the room dies, we'll all share the link again and jump back in.
Yeah. Let's see here. Listen to my old cranky ass. I think we wanted to hear Richard talk. No, I just the work that we're all doing, that everybody does a little bit here and there, is really going to be what makes a difference. Because let's face it, guys, crypto has never had.
It's kind of funny how Rich was making fun of people that can
it's going to have
mic on and stuff, and that happens
platform
to
to
him.
build on, a chain to run on, with Hex able to function properly on Pulse Chain. I mean, it's just all we need now is some real good onboard platforms, some real good wallets. I mean, just cherries on top and some sprinkles to this thing, and we're set. We're set, man. And now crypto can actually function, and people can learn what it's really all about and use it, and not get wrecked by stupid crap that's out there. Freaking, this is big time now, guys. Big time.
even bigger time, in my opinion, when Pulse Chain launches, because the problem with Hex right now is, and everybody says this about everything in DeFi, is the gas fees on Ethereum. And the gas fees on Ethereum, you know, maybe at some point that'll get fixed. Maybe, you know, we've been hearing that for a long time. But when Pulse Chain gets launched, and now everyone has these smaller stakes, you know, it's like, yeah, we know the whales are huge, and the whales, you know, they really, you know, move markets. But just to allow so many more people the opportunity to have a admin keyless staking that is, you know,
Exactly.
proven and predictable and transparent, and it will then work for $20, you know, transactions. I think is going to just help with the onboarding and the word of mouth, and, you know, more people sort of you know, getting involved. And just as that all happens, it's going to be happening. You know, the product of Hex is going to be happening on the machine of Pulse Chain. And then, you know, it's just going to be really interesting to see what happens with that, with other projects, you know, looking for a you know, a chain where they can do what they want to do as well.
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna finally have a chain in crypto that functions, and and a crypto that blows the doors off of everything else with Hex. I mean, nothing does what Hex does. Nothing. And I've even seen the copycats that, I mean, it's there. It's been done, and the copycats have all failed. So there's something else very special about what's going on here, that I haven't even been able to put my finger on it yet, because it's like Hex is impenetrable. I mean, there's even with all of the FUD, with everybody, you know, not wanting to talk about us. And look what Richard just said. We have 1,100 people in our room. Gold bugs don't even have as much people in our room right now. And our chats are off the chain.
I'm showing
streamers.
I'm showing 13 or 1,400, but
Yeah.
a lot of people.
And our streams are off the chain. There is a new stream, like every day I'm seeing a new streamer. I'm like, that was exactly my vision. That's what I wanted to see. I was like, there's streamers coming onto my network. I don't even know who they are. There's streamers all over out there coming out that I don't know who they are. And it was like, there was only a handful of us when we first started. And it was like, yeah, more streamers. And now it's everywhere. It's like we're taking over YouTube now. I mean, it's just freaking awesome. There's something really special going on here. And it's a little more than just some programming, and a guy like Richard, and a community. It's a culmination of everything. I think the time is right for Hex, and it's we're about to see even more excitement once, like you said, once Pulse Chain comes out. Holy moly. I am so excited for the future, guys. We're in for a hell of a ride. I mean, we've already been on one, those of you who've been with us from the beginning, but it's about to get even more exciting. So just hold on to your freaking hats.
Yeah, that's a great point that Richard makes often, with all the gatekeeping, and how with so much resistance that's been dragging Hex back over the past, you know, couple years, since before it was created, that is just pent up kinetic energy, you know, waiting to spring out, right? And because it's just there's such a greater pool of people that are, you know, haven't been exposed, and it's almost, you know, it's a jarring experience for them to have been told for months and months and years, right? Like they're being like this mass psychosis, if you will, of, you know, what Hex is. And then, you know, if anyone looks at the data right now, everything that was said was a lie, right? Like all the FUD and you know, like you can just go through what was said, and you can see that was a lie. And then people are gonna, you know, at some point, they're, you know, you can't ignore the price chart. You can't ignore what Hex is doing. I'm sure. I mean, we don't know, but my guess is we're probably not going to be able to ignore the pulse chart, you know, when that comes out. And then people are just going to have to reevaluate what is happening here, and why does it not match up what they've been told from other influencers, Bitcoin influencers, gold influencers over the past couple of years.
I can't believe I had to reboot my phone in order to get this back again. So crap. Not only did I have to reboot,
welcome back.
but I also was unable to terminate it or anything. Like it just, I created a golem, but I was able to listen. Yeah. So like, it's going to be so cool when we have so many price charts to brag about. Hex on Ethereum, Hex on Pulse, Pulse itself, PulseX. There's 4. I'm probably missing something. I think that might just be 4. It's quite a lot.
Your liquidity pool token.
Ah, there it is. There's the one that's missing. 5.
Yeah.
Should come up with a name for that. It needs a name. So I don't see anybody with laser eyes in their profile pics listening here. So apparently, I make a title that says Bitcoin's going to 0, and they just don't care to fight that idea. Okay, guys. Well, we got over 1,000 people here. So, like, I don't know what else I can do to get people to interact. 1,300 people here. I got Bitcoin going to 0 right in the front. Here's somebody. I'm trying to see if there's anybody that's like requested that's a Bitcoiner or whatever. Here's somebody. Let's see here. There you go. I'm just
Come
adding like,
sacrifice yourself at Richard's altar.
yeah. I don't know how many speakers you can have. We've only got 4 or 5, so.
How you doing, Richard, man? I've been watching you since way back in the day on your YouTubes when you were getting your coin audited and everything.
Nice.
I love that king chair, man. I love the king chair.
Thank you.
Dude, that's like my aspiration to have a king chair, man. But, dude, you got to name it.
Well, I mean,
you got to
I
name
got to
it
put pillows on it to like make it comfortable.
You got to name it Hexaco, like the gas station.
You lol. Old school. Well, thanks for the kind words, man.
Amen.
Hey, Richard, thanks for unmuting me. I have a couple questions. When I came in
Yeah, go
here,
ahead.
you were speaking about the gold sellers, and I went to see Peter Schiff live about 15 years ago, and I was waiting in line to just ask one question, and I wanted to get him on record saying I was going to ask him when is the time to sell gold and see what he would say in front of a large audience, and it got right to me, and then it ended. I wasn't allowed to ask the question, but I do have similar questions. I have similar questions for you in this project. I'm in the finance industry, but I'm not really involved in cryptocurrency. So my question for you is, if someone was to launch a project and do a sacrifice and get people to send in cryptocurrency, if they take that cryptocurrency and then they move it out and they launder it and they send it back to the same address and they run up those numbers like there's billions and billions of dollars in there, if that happens, and while you're telling the public, stake the coins, lower the supply, then the person that's running this can push the price fairly high, fairly fast, because the supply is thin. Just like any thinly traded stock, you can run it up on nothing. But the problem comes with maintaining it at that height for a while. Like we're talking 10 years, right? And when I listen to some of the people in the room talk, they say, "Well, look at the price, look at the chart." But any trader will know. Look at Enron; it ran forever. They go up high. That doesn't mean anything. It's in the short term.
No,
things are.
It means a lot, and you're cherry picking the wrong side of the probabilism.
Okay, well that's
so you're taking an outlier. Yes, it's a good question, and I have great answers for you.
And this is not.
So you live in a world.
Or your project. It's just if that was to happen.
No,
how would someone recognize it?
I've got all the answers. Okay. You live in a world where all of the price charts for everything go up and to the right forever. And a very, very, very small set of things goes to 0.
I disagree with that.
Why?
I disagree with that completely.
Oh, go ahead. Tell me.
Because I'm a financial trader, and when I was first hired on a prop firm, they made us repeat all stocks are worth zero.
Yeah, but a prop firm is crap. Like a prop firm is like one step above a boiler room, isn't it?
No, it is not. It's a trading firm money instead of your own. It's private money
Oh,
that's trading.
okay.
That it's proprietary.
Well, I retract my evil statement there. Let me put it to this way. The reason that all of the charts go up and to the right is because they're charting versus the dollar, and the dollar is going down. So if nothing gains value at all in the real world, there's no extra revenue, there's no extra efficiency, there's no extra onboarding of new users, nothing. The prices of those assets still go up and to the right because they're denominated in dollars as a numeraire. So
okay. Well, I mean, you can fall faster than the dollar goes down, right? You know the
most
saying
things
that
don't.
no tree grows
Most
forever,
things don't.
right?
Most things don't. You're arguing against the S&P 500 that only goes up and to the right forever with an occasional 20 or 40% dip every 10 years.
Okay, so that's a misnomer because the S&P 500 stocks get taken out and fall. Out of the original Dow Jones, there's maybe one stock left. Out of the S&P 500, there's none. If you're not performing, they remove it and replace it with a higher valued stock, or they would have all gone to zero.
So let's. I agree that is a flaw in the measurement. Let's do the measurement differently. So is your thesis that actually everything sucks and everything's going to zero?
No.
Let
me repeat my question. So, and this has nothing to do with you. If someone was to open up a sacrifice and take in crypto assets,
if everyone sells, the price goes to zero.
No, hang on a second. If I take in money and I give them air, and then I tell them, but if you hold the air for a long time, I'm going to give you more air. And then the ones who don't hold it and lock it up are actually mostly me. I can push the price wherever I want to. And the people that are holding think, oh, I'm in it. I'm in a good deal.
No, it doesn't work like that at all.
But why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it?
I'm going to tell you very specifically why. I have wonderful answers to all of your questions. Every single question you have is going to get answered fully and completely. This fantasy, this dream that you can manipulate price for free, risk free, and just make prices go up, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Trying to move prices up is extremely, insanely risky because anyone can nuke the price down to near zero.
But that's not how IPOs work. Hang on, hold on. That's not how IPOs work because it goes from a private party market to listed on the market, and the private party is locked. And if you
can't sell, it's not a price. You're talking about fake prices that don't exist.
No.
So an IPO market where everyone's locked means no one can sell. It means there's not actually a price.
Not everyone's locked. A small percentage can trade, but the majority is locked, and that's how all IPOs work.
Yeah.
Insiders cannot liquidate as soon as their first day on the exchange. They can't. There's a lockup period on all of them, and that's when that lockup date comes.
That's not exactly true. That's not exactly true. That's a case by case basis, and the founders of Coinbase dumped like shit on the IPO launch, so that's definitely not true.
But majority of them have a lockup date. Insiders, and if you've bought in funding rounds A, B, or C, you cannot liquidate the day it goes public. It just doesn't work that way.
I'm telling you, the Coinbase founders dumped on and near their IPO day.
Right, because the Coinbase founders IPO was different than a normal one that was done with a roadshow, and they had a different, unique one. So they had to do that to provide shares for the public. Their IPO was unique.
Yes, you're trying to push a narrative, and I want to understand the narrative that you're trying to push. Is it that everything's fake and unfair and all the prices aren't real? Or is it that insiders get to make more money than outsiders? Or like, what are you trying to sell? Like, you're coming up with a story to sell an idea. Just tell me the idea.
I'm actually making a correction on you using the Coinbase IPO as an example because they were forced to sell for public float to go public. That's not normally how an IPO works. An IPO normally, insiders, CEOs, people in the company are locked. Only a small, let's say 10% of the float goes public when it launches till a lockup date. That's how it works.
But so what? Like, okay, yes. Yeah, and
okay.
So what?
So now back to my original question. If someone was to take a sacrifice, tell the majority of the people to lock up, wouldn't it be very easy to manipulate the price higher? If someone was to do that, how would the retail public or the average Joe Blow avoid or know it's happening?
This already happens all the time in DeFi. There are coins that are malformed, that are evil, that you can only buy and never sell. And they look really good on the price chart because they only go up. But then no one can sell except the founder who rug pulls it.
Right. So that's my question. How would one avoid that? How do you identify that if that was to be out
Well,
there? I
they
mean,
they literally have websites that scan ERC20 contracts for common exploits that victimize users, such as this guy can mint as much supply as he wants, or this token's unsellable, or this has a trap function. Like, but I don't advertise those because I don't want people to get wrecked all the time, having to play the lottery of, is this a rug pull or not, or is this a scam or not?
If a coin didn't have a closed cap, would you think that's a symptom of possibly being a rug pull candidate?
No, because you're in a situation where you're playing a very high skill cap game, and because you're in the industry and you're probably a pretty smart dude, you think you've got it figured out.
No,
but
I'm
you don't
asking
have
because
it
I
figured
know
out.
I don't know. I know I don't
Yeah.
know. So
Okay.
I'm humble enough to
Well,
ask.
here's the ratio. Like, so I'll try and re-educate you the way that I've re-educated others.
Okay.
Inflation is bad because supply and demand, inflation equals extra supply, therefore price down. Wrong. Incorrect. Why? Because on-ramping new users easier when fewer users. So the highest performance that Bitcoin ever had was when its inflation was insanely high. Why? Because it was easier to on-ramp new users, and the amount that it inflated was very small compared to the amount that it could on-ramp new users. So if you're inflating at 2x a year, but you're on-ramping new users at 10x a year, it's much better than inflating not at all and on-ramping users 2x.
And I'm the one that's using cherry-picked examples because something like that, looking back in history, you're totally avoiding like the whole adoption chain and it going to popularity and it moving out of Silk Road and it being like on tiny people's computers. You're just ignoring all that and saying, well, that we're just going to use the inflation data then. That's not true. The whole mass adoption of becoming popular is a different comparison.
I have literal proof. Every single fucking proof of work coin fucking inflates like fuck, all of them. And they all pump hard as fuck. And they're shitty. They have more negative externalities, more pollution, and more money wasted for mining hardware. And even with all of that shittiness and all of that fucking inefficiency, it's so easy for them to on-ramp new users that they've all done fucking million X returns. Or like
you do see what I'm saying here as far as
no, you have a problem. You have a problem understanding that value can come from nothing.
No,
and
that's not true
nothing
because when I first bought Bitcoin, it was $9. So I've been around for long enough to understand how that works. I trade
but you seem unhappy
all
about
day
it.
in the financial markets.
You're angry
I don't
about
have
it.
that problem. I have the problem with someone making the illustration of a company that no one's heard of making the best growth then versus someone that has mass adoption somewhere else. Those are not even those apples and orange comparison on the inflation
Yes, they are.
versus mass adoption. That's a nonsensical argument from you.
Okay. You're
ignoring history. You have
people,
to admit that. You're
No.
cherry picking and ignoring history when you say something like that.
Everything I've said is very true and stands on its own, and they're very small statements that are very easy to understand. So I will reissue them again.
Okay.
Most people think that inflation is bad for price.
Okay. Is this so who are the most people that you're saying this to?
Anyone that's looked at a supply and demand chart. Because they easily see that increasing supply pushes price down, but then for some reason their brains just never look at the demand side for some reason.
Okay.
They go and they go, look, Bitcoin is amazing because it has low inflation. No, it didn't have low inflation. It inflated at 100% a year. It inflated the inflation was very high, but that inflation. So here's the things everyone gets backwards. They think that inflation rate is more important than it is in cryptocurrencies. They think that a 2x or a 10x or a 100x is when you should sell, but there's 1000x's all over the place.
Right.
They think that they think that these things are competitive goods.
Right.
So why is
I'm
it
not,
that
I'm
they're
not making
not?
those
They're
arguments, so
complementing
you're
goods.
kind of straw manning me on some of this point because
No,
I'm
but you're
not
too
making that
unclear on
case.
what your argument is. Stop making unclear arguments, and I won't be straw manning you. Make a clear argument. Just make a single sentence. Let me try and summarize what your argument is.
Okay.
Shit sucks because people can make numbers up. Okay. Can you make that better so I can give me a better argument from you?
No, so my question was not that
Can
I'm not
people
making an
manipulate
argument
prices?
for.
Yes.
I'm
Can
making an
people buy
argument
scams?
for.
Yes.
Or,
Okay.
hang on, I'm not making an argument. Okay, so but my question was.
The answer to your question
I
is
think you're
fucking
taking
yes,
it
but you don't seem
personally.
okay with the answer. Like, yes, people can manipulate prices, but you don't understand how risky it is. The hex prices dropped 75 or 85% multiple fucking times. Would you want to be on the wrong side of that? Would you want to be buying that top when you could have bought fucking 8 times as many coins by buying the bottom?
Right, but I mean, looking back, hindsight's 2020. That's a big deal. You know, that's how life is.
No, but every crypto fucking drops 85%. They all do. So it's not cherry picking. It's the fucking rule of the law of the land.
Yeah.
So I just think that you're upset with the way things work, but
No, I'm
you should
not.
just stop being upset about it.
No,
That's how it
I'm
works.
not. By the way, let me clarify because I just speak this way. This is all in
No,
good
okay.
fun. I have no
Okay, that's
agenda
fine.
or nothing like that.
Yeah.
It's nothing
So
like
look, there are rug pulls. There are shit that has fake prices. There's shit you can buy and not sell. There's scams like fucking Enron. Like, yeah, all those things exist. And the best we can do is create secure, mostly open source. And for the parts that aren't open to copy, they're open to view and verify and audit. Peer-to-peer, decentralized, censorship resistant, price performative,
this is
feature
so good.
performative things. I mean, what has less negative externalities? Hex or Bitcoin? Hex. Okay, which has more features, Hex or Bitcoin? Hex. The Bitcoin software has literally 2 features: mine inflation and send the inflation you mined.
Yeah.
And that's it. There's only 2 features it has. So, you know, like, and as far as like comparing the old to the now, if you think it's bad cherry picking Bitcoin from when it started, when it was most powerful, Ethereum outperformed it, and Hex
only from an
outperformed both.
inflation argument, it's bad. It's bad logic. Only from if you're making a purely inflation argument, that is like apples and oranges comparison. I'm not making a versus Ethereum versus Bitcoin.
No, but I'm saying there's supply and demand curves, and it's fine to look at the inflation side for supply, but then also you have to look at how much of the supply actually hits market. And if it never hits market, it doesn't really exist as far as the price is concerned.
I
It just
agree with that.
exists as an imaginary thing in people's minds. Right. It's like Satoshi's coins counting towards market cap. They've never moved.
Yeah,
So
I agree with that.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of fake shit out there. That's the reason I promote so few things. But like the best education and value that I can give the audience is to point out the things that are unique, that I invented, that I point out that no one else is talking about. The best time to buy Bitcoin when it's most centralized, when most of the coins are in a single wallet, when Satoshi had 100%, that was the best time to buy. When there was no liquidity, when everyone called it a scam, that was the best time to buy. And then for some reason, the rest of the world, they think the opposite. They want to buy last. Michael Saylor didn't want to buy at $1 or at $7 like you did, or 30 when I did. He wants to buy at 10,000 because now it's been de-risked for him. So now he can get less performance. And so all this gatekeeping that you see in Hex is
Let me get
better
this
for the
straight. This
price,
guy
not
said
worse,
at first when he
because it
first
gives
started,
you
there's
the opportunity to
know
get in
about
before a gate
crypto,
opens.
like that,
There's
but then
something that
towards
you're.
the middle of the
I think
argument, he said he
you're
bought
saying
Bitcoin around
inflation
$9.
is bad, but they're talking about digital scarcity, and that is their hook.
Don't fall for it.
Their hook is that digital scarcity. That's why they think they want to buy as much as they can because it's digitally scarce. Where you're saying, well, that's an inflation problem.
What? No, like if you're going to look at the supply side, you have to look at demand side. If you're inflating at 2x,
when all Bitcoin was in Satoshi's wallet, it wasn't digitally scarce, right? When we're close to the end of them being printed, and Michael Saylor comes in and he goes, "I'm going to buy one out of every 175 Bitcoin in existence," he's going after the digital scarcity portion.
you realize that you just got that entirely backwards. That you measured the scarcity back when Bitcoin supply was at its lowest, when Satoshi had 100% of the supply.
But there's the supply is
unscarce
still
deal.
at what is it, 22 million? We know what the supply is. That's always fixed.
No, that's the future market supply. It has nothing to do with the supply today. See,
That's
this is
what I'm
this is
referring
what
to. I'm
bothers
sorry.
me.
Let me correct myself.
It's okay.
I'm referring to Michael Saylor's view of knowing that
Right.
the end supply,
It
right, where
bothers
he's going
me
to go
when
for digital scarcity.
it bothers me when I can't even get people to like acknowledge what the facts are. Like we can reason differently about the facts. That's like acceptable, but we can't disagree on the actual facts. And I'm telling you mathematically, tautologically, that the supply of Bitcoin is always lower earlier in time and always higher later in time. Period.
When you're talking
There's no
about
fucking
floating
argument
supply,
about it.
not max supply.
There's no arguing about it. A thing is more scarce when there's less of it. A thing is less scarce when there's more of it. And therefore, okay. So you recant your statement that it becomes more scarce later, right?
Well, when you say supply, in my mind thinks the total Bitcoin ever going to be in existence as the supply. I'm just using a different definition for your word. But yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Now,
Yes.
when you're saying
So when supplies
been
go
in
up,
existence at that
it's
time.
less scarce, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So yeah, like, by the way, why do you care about Bitcoin? The chart sucks. The chart is trash. I called the top 9 months ago. The fucking top is still in. How long you want to wait?
You know, it's funny. The room says, you know, gold, Bitcoin, gold to zero, and I do a lot of stuff with gold. And when I first started,
He got triggered by the.
Oh, by the way, they're not
Gold
going
to
to
zero.
Just fucking want
He
some
got
Bitcoiners
triggered by
to come
that.
here and bug you.
I know, but I'm going to make a small point. Platinum was
Yeah.
always more than gold. Platinum was
Not
always
now.
more than gold. And
No.
they changed the inside of a catalytic converter to no longer use platinum, and now platinum is cheaper than gold. Right? And something always replaces it. Bitcoin won't be the thing. People that think Bitcoin's going to be there forever is absolutely wrong, because technology is going to replace it, and technology is going to replace that thing, and it's going to become obsolete.
If technology didn't keep improving, it would be a shittier world. So yeah,
Absolutely. So that's
yeah.
Bitcoin was a jump, but that is not the end all be all at all. And we're just going to keep going down this road, and things are just going to become obsolete and dead over and over again, and something better will replace it for the time being. And so that's why I'm interested. And I appreciate
very
your
common.
time, by the way.
But it's my pleasure. But let's also remember some other things. I was listening to Led Zeppelin today. And I was listening to the Presence album, and the Presence album is about 50 years old, and it sounds awesome.
Timeless classic.
There's some things that really don't get replaced, right?
Yeah.
So like, and you know, bread has been the same for 1,000 years. Like, so you know, there are some technologies that are durable. I don't think Bitcoin's one of them.
We can make that case that Rolex watches are one of those things.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's weird. Like, you would think that someone would have beat it by now, but nope. And as a guy that's got $3 million of watches, I really just kind of look at that brand. And the other ones, I own them. Like, I own AP and Richard Mille and Jacob and Co. And it's just like, yeah, I like the Rolex is the best still.
Yeah, they're an inflation hedge.
No. Well, they're up
thanks for your
30%.
time, man. I appreciate it.
My pleasure, man.
All
Thanks
right,
for the good questions, bro.
Bye.
Ciao. All right, let's grab some of these guys out of the request bin. Who's in the request bin here? I'm grabbing guys that don't look like normal Hexicans, just to get some spicy convo.
What up, Richard? How you doing?
Doing all right, man.
So you totally got me.
I mean,
into
look,
this room.
To tell you the truth,
subject.
I was doing better. I was doing better before I got brain cancer from listening to Peter Schiff argue with Bitcoin guys. It was killing me. Like, I literally am just like, why? It's insane. He doesn't even know what gold weighs, man. He thinks he can put 100 pounds of gold in his suitcase. He's so stupid. Like, how do you not even know about gold, bro? Oh, because you've never actually transported it. You just let someone else hold your gold for you, and then you suck them off to the hope that they let you access it, and then no one else wants it once you have it. You're like, and I wouldn't be surprised if I own more gold than Peter Schiff, just in my watches. I don't know. Maybe he's a wrecked pleb.
Richard, quick question. You want to know something ironic, Richard? Is that
Go ahead.
My family? So my grandfather passed away. The gold went to my dad. My dad passed away. The gold went to me. My gold, my dad's gold, my grandfather's gold is sitting in a box, and will probably go to my son's box. We'll go to his son's box. Nobody's ever going to use this gold. It's just going to sit there for time and moment. It's just going to be never touched.
I bet you wish it was a productive asset that paid yield, huh?
Exactly. It's just rocks getting passed down, family member to family member to family member. That's it.
Yeah, with carry cost. At some point, they might get stolen, man. So, like, I hope they don't. But, like,
that's the risk. Now that's the risk.
Yeah. So, who do we got new in here?
Well, I had a quick question for you, Richard.
Go ahead.
Hit
me.
So I'm a little bit new to this space. You got me in here with the subject line: Bitcoin to
Nice.
zero, gold to zero.
See, guys,
good
we
work.
did it. Thank God.
So I'm listening. You sound like a DeFi expert. I would just love to ask. I'm a little bit bullish on FTM, and I'm kind of curious what you think of FTM.
I mean, it's just an alternate L1, right? It's just another Ethereum.
Extremely low gas.
Well, yeah. I mean, so like all the alternate L1 plays pump when Ethereum fees are high. So like the question is, the problem with alternate L1 plays is like, what are they going to do when the Ethereum bear market hits? Because if the Ethereum bear market hits, then the fees go down, and then you've really got to have another reason for people to come and care. And so Pulse Chain's reason for people to come and care is it's the world's largest free airdrop. So you're going to have a copy of all of your coins on Ethereum and all of your ERC20s on Ethereum on the Pulse Chain, and it already works. So you can go and see all your coins right now in the test net, and it's been working for months. So I think a lot of these other L2 and L1 plays are going to take a massive dump when Ethereum does, even harder when the fees go down, because they're going to be reflexive to Ethereum's price, but they're also going to be more reflexive to Ethereum's gas cost. And gas cost moves exponentially in relationship to price. So price can do a 10x and gas can do a 1000x. And so the opposite is true as well. I mean, yeah. So like, I think you could make money with alternate L1 plays, but I mean, if they've already pumped, then your risk is a little higher. So maybe the time to play Phantom was a year ago. I don't know.
Oh, I did.
Now, mind you, like I've got my own better Ethereum already out, kind of. So you could call me biased, but like, look, there's also there's a shitload of alternate Ethereums. We accept them in the sacrifice phase. So Arbitrum and I've never even seen or used half of these. Ethereum Optimism. Like there's tons of these, right?
Well, actually, it's interesting you say that, because that's actually where my discovery came. I mean, I did buy Phantom a long time ago, but more recently I found like a good use of Avalanche and Phantom when I started to do some DeFi plays and wanted to avoid Ethereum gas and still get some of those yields and stuff. And that's
Ethereum
where I
gas
started discovering
it's pure rape. Like it's horrible.
As soon as gas was like, when Ethereum at its all-time high most recently, and gas was really high, that's when me and a lot of my friends started experimenting with the other L1s.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. And if it was never high, you would have never done it, because you have to have a compelling reason to want to endure the friction of switching to another thing.
And so I'm in this space. I got into Bored Apes and CryptoPunks, good timing, whatever. And but one of my friends just jumped into this space, and he jumped in right around when Ohm was at its top, and he came in with like 20 grand. He made a typical one or two mistakes where you got to like put your money here, put your money there, take your gas out. Next thing you know, before anything even happened, he's like down like 4 grand because he had to like learn the hard way, whatever. And then he came in at the top of Ohm, kind of got wrecked, and he was like, never again. Like he's trading DeFi now, and he's not touching the ETH chain at all, and he's doing really well. He's playing with like some of those Ohm forks, like. Do your own research, everybody. But like Tomb on FTM, and he's doing it all with minimal gas. And I mean, that's the use case here,
I mean, look, all of this yield farming stuff is kind of a Rube Goldberg machine. Crypto in general is a Rube Goldberg machine. The only thing that matters is buying and holding, and then those are the guys that outperform.
I don't know if I know what that machine is that you just said.
It's just something that you make really complicated to do something stupid, and you add maximum complexity. So you just, if you want to move a ball from one end of the room to the other end of the room, you have it like fall over and hit a hammer, and then the hammer knocks over a cup, and the cup fills up another cup, and then eventually the ball ends up over there, but it's with maximum complexity. So all of these coins that change the logo or have all these fanciful dreams about we're going to do this and we're going to do that, they're just narrative excuses to get people to buy and hold or provide exit liquidity to somebody that is a scammer or whatever. So you want to look at the purity. You want to look at the first principles. You want to look at the tree, the root of the knowledge. And that is efficiency, lower gas costs, higher throughput, easier on-ramping of new users, better logo, better community, better brand name. These are the things which most affect price. And so like these yield farming deals, they'll show you a super high 1,000,000% return in the native coin, but then the native coin gets dumped into oblivion, or has an existential, it just goes to zero when you're not expecting it risk. And so I have a thread, and then people don't even know about impermanent loss. And you're like, hey, you're sitting as an LP on the ETH USDC pair. Did you know that you lost money compared to like just holding ETH? But people don't know how to calculate their impermanent loss. It's actually very hard to do.
I have a really good way to learn about impermanent loss. It's called experience it.
Well, right.
Then you learn about it.
But it'd be nice if we could learn from somebody else's experience instead of our own. And so like I can tell you that staking Hex has outperformed basically everything. And it's done so with more security. It's done so with better uptime. It's done so with a better community. And it's done with maximum gatekeeping, which is extra opportunity, because when gates open, it's even better. So like, I don't suggest people to yield farm for the most part. Now, when Pulse Chain launches, I'm going to be shilling the oblivion out of yield farming your free PRC20 copy in a pair with your bridged in ERC20. I'm going to be, shilling the oblivion out of that. But it seems like a lot less risk because you're getting one half the pair for free. When do you ever get the other half for free? You never get that. I think this is the first time you ever get the other half of the pair for free. I'm unaware of any other time that's ever happened.
So I'm once again, I apologize for being new here, Richard, and I apologize for the newbie question. But so based on what I'm hearing, let's just say I have, I don't know, 10,000 of Ethereum in my account, and I have some NFTs.
Yep.
If you say PulseX is going to replicate the coins I have in my account, but on PulseX.
Pulse Chain will. So Pulse Chain is an Ethereum fork, and PulseX is a Uniswap fork.
Okay.
Yeah. So Pulse Chain's got, I don't know, 240 million sacrificed stablecoin. It was other, like a lot of Ethereum was sacrificed. So like, there's 240 million of stables sitting in the Pulse Chain SAC address, and there's depends on what you're measuring. I think there's like 120 million of stables sitting in the PulseX sacrifice, and that's only a few days old. What else? And so the Pulse Chain sacrifice was to support freedom of speech, and blockchains are speech, so they should be protected. And the PulseX sacrifice is to support freedom of movement and assembly. There's a lot of people trapped in their houses and imprisoned for reasons that aren't really fair. There's a lot of people being excluded from society for reasons that aren't really fair. And it's an imprisonable offense. If you falsely imprison someone or kidnap them, you go to jail. But apparently, if you falsely imprison a whole bunch of people at once, it's okay. It's a little bit wild to me. Yeah, so you're going to get a copy of all your NFTs and your ERC20s and your Ethereum on the Pulse chain. And then you can, add them to liquidity pairs on PulseX if you want. Or, if you want to use less liquid things, you could go use Uniswap because it comes over. Or you could go use, Sushi because it comes over. Like, you're getting.
So my copy, so I have 7 Bored Apes on the Ethereum chain.
Yep.
Those 7 Bored Apes are going to be replicated on the Pulse chain.
The same exact numbers that are related to your Bored Apes exist on the Pulse chain. And the same exact keys that give you access to those numbers exist on the Pulse chain. And so it becomes an issue of, what do you think a Bored Ape is? Do you think a Bored Ape is your keys and the code? Then you're getting a copy. Or do you think your Bored Ape is someone else's server that they run that acts as a middleware between the actual JPEG and the blockchain? And then it tells you which ape you actually have, because it gives you a different JPEG based on what number it reads on a blockchain. So if you believe that the code is what matters and your keys are what matter, and you believe in self-sovereignty and you're in control, then you're getting a copy. But if you believe in middlemen and someone else deciding what JPEG you get to see, well, then maybe you have to ask your masters.
We're just here watching
whether you really have
hearing
a copy
Richard
or not.
Hart speak on Twitter.
Is this
in the
a
voice chat.
centralized versus decentralized
back and enjoy.
conversation next? Like, is that what you're getting to?
No, I'm saying that NFTs are serial numbers loosely related to JPEGs, which may or may not still be hosted on the internet. Like, basically, you bought a scam. I know it's hard to believe it because you made a lot of money with it, and everyone else is believing that there's a lot of value. But you didn't buy a JPEG. You don't have the rights to it. You're not actually allowed to like. You have as much right to
I can
that
put
picture.
it on a T-shirt.
Yeah, so can I.
Put it on a T-shirt and sell it.
I can do that too.
No?
I can do that
Yeah,
too.
but then you could get a cease and desist
No.
letter because you don't own the IP.
No, it's called fair use. I can take your picture, modify it enough to make it fair use, and it is 100% totally legal. I suggest that you Google the term fair use T-shirt, and you'll learn all about fair use. And by the way, there's a million derivative ape projects based on the same principle where they color the hair and call them toxic or shove a cigarette in their mouth. And it's fair game because fair use exists. So
but not the exact one. You can't use the exact.
That's right. I can improve it though. I can make it better. I'm allowed to do that.
No,
As a matter of fact,
if you're a purist,
if I owned an NFT, it would be worth more just because I owned it, because I am who I am. So I don't like people overpaying for JPEGs, and I don't think the art is good. I think the art is dog shit. I think it's pixelated. I think it's low resolution. I think it's low effort. I think that like many other video games of the past, people will get bored with it. I used to play StarCraft. There used to be a StarCraft television channel in South Korea. People stopped playing it. They started playing StarCraft 2. Then they stopped playing that, and that's dead. But it was around for a decade, maybe longer, maybe 2 decades.
The one thing I think you're discounting is community and what it's done. With the people that identify with, whether we're nuts or not. The people that identify.
You could totally have a great community at a lower price, 100x lower. You could totally have cool looking JPEGs at 100x lower price. Do you remember CryptoKitties? I remember when CryptoKitties came out. They sucked balls, but they got popular. And then the price dumped because everyone was like, oh, actually, these do suck balls. So, I mean, you have to decide, what do you think is more likely to retain its value? A JPEG that isn't even on the blockchain. Your JPEG that you paid a lot for, it ain't even on the blockchain. You hope and you pray that someone lets your little JPEG continue to live on their server on the internet because it's not even on the blockchain. And so the only thing you have is some company that hosts a front end that shows you that JPEG that you think you own because that company lets you think you own it because they show you that JPEG when you have the keys to it. And I'm giving you those same keys will have the same power to access the same code on another network. And so now the question is,
without the JPEG.
Well, that's up to you, isn't it? That's up to you. Because let me tell you this, once Pulse Chain exists, how much you want to bet people that have NFTs go, hey, when I buy this from you, do I also get my Pulse copy of it? You're going to transfer both? Are you going to send me my Ethereum ape and my Pulse Chain ape? Because you have the keys to both, so you're going to send me both, right? Because they could just send you one and not the other. And then you're going to have to argue about it. I think the funniest thing is when people put these silly ape pictures in there, which, by the way, you are promoting their brand and pumping their bags by replacing your identity as a human being with their picture. Whereas I am promoting myself. I am becoming more powerful because my profile picture is my face. And underneath my face is my name. And I get stronger and stronger and stronger every day because of it. Whereas everybody else is happy to give away their personal power and promote somebody else's centralized bags. I wonder what the pre-mine on the apes was. I wonder how many more ape projects they have in the works. I wonder how many variations of, like, hey, here's this non-fungible thing that Richard Hart is bringing fungibility to by making all of my keys work on another chain. Like, I'm putting the F in NFT, bro. So, I mean, look, if you can sell these terrible things to other people, I guess, okay, have fun doing that. But like, to tell other people that they should buy them, I don't think that's a good idea. I think that
I didn't say anyone should buy them. I was just asking about your technology.
Yeah, I'm in this for the tech too, bro. I'm in this to save the poor people of Africa. That's what I'm in it for. No, that's not why anyone's in this stuff, man. We all know why we're here. There's no reason to like be dishonest about it. You wouldn't, by the way, you would never, ever in your entire life have changed your profile picture to that if you hadn't paid high money for it. It only has value to you.
I didn't pay that. What's high money? I paid 1.5 ETH. That's a lot of money.
Isn't that $6,000?
I mean, it's all relative, you know. I mean, I'm just an ape with a profile picture. You don't know if I have sold the tech company for 100 million or if I'm, you know, on my last $100. You have
No,
clue.
but like that doesn't
No
change whether
offense.
shit's a good deal or not. Like just because you overpay for something,
To me, it
and
was a
happen
good
to be
deal.
rich.
I liked it.
Okay, look, I can't listen. I have a bunch of overpriced watches that tell time poorly. I get it. I mean, there's people
And
that
you have to
watch
wind them,
other
right?
guys. There's people that watch overpaid millionaires go bounce rubber balls around. Like there's a lot of stupid shit going on with humans. Like I get that part, right? But some of these stupid things are more likely to retain their prices for longer. And anything that's game based or art based, it just is more risky. Because a boring financial product that just gives you more for delaying gratification. Here's the thing: you hold it for a while and then you get more of it later. That's a very easy sales pitch, and people never get bored of it. They never get bored with making more money, but they do get bored with games and pictures. They just do. So like it's a more risky.
No, and listen, it's not all falling on deaf ears.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I understand your points,
Yeah.
you know, for sure.
So I mean, and look, I'm talking against my own bags, savaging NFTs when you could say that one of the awesome features of the Pulse chain is everyone getting a copy of all their NFTs. Like, you know, I'm speaking against my own financial interests here, but I am in a place where I get to be as truthful as I want to be, and I prefer to be totally truthful. So it's like I think that when the bear market comes, NFTs go to zero first, and then JPEG changed logo coins. I think those go next, right? So in the bear market, and there will be one, I think NFTs go to zero first, and then the JPEG logo changes. It's funny that these are all just based on JPEGs, right? So like the Dogcoin JPEG changed copy paste are similar to the NFT picture copy paste. I mean, look, why instead of paying $6,000 to buy that, you could have had an artist make you your own thing and made your own NFT platform for some similar money. I mean, maybe the platform part would have cost a lot more, but you could have had your own art that you actually own the intellectual property rights to and could have made your own NFT project out of by adding a cigarette or different hairstyle to whatever that guy drew for $6,000. You can get an artist to make a nice drawing for $6,000, and then you'd have the opportunity to make 1 million more of them and make like 1 million times your money or whatever. Like it just, this overpaying for serial numbers loosely related to JPEGs is insane to me.
Well, I'm going to give you another viewpoint. You sound super smart and intellectual. So just to give you more fuel to this fire is, you know, for me, I got into I was into crypto the last few years, but I got into JPEGs or NFTs in June. I bought a bunch of Bored Apes, and through my community and the people around me, I it's almost like I paid for networking, right? Because I paid to get into this community and this club, and I paid in some aspect. I think, despite what you think, I think I, you know, gained a little bit of credibility by buying the right things at the right time. Then it, you know, parlayed that into starting my own project. Not a shill, but I'm a founder in a company called Chibi Labs. We did a generative project. We sold out, and I would say that, like, where
Hey, at
I
least you
got
took
to,
my advice, bro. More
I
selling,
did. So I had to
more
say
selling
that.
of the JPEGs and less buying of them. There you go. See, you did it right.
Well, the thing that I'm saying here, though, is I think I wouldn't have gotten to that spot
Yeah.
in the community if I didn't
Sure.
have a stance in the community and
I can't
credibility
argue with
first.
that. That seems, I think everything you just said is totally reasonable. Yes, I don't disagree with anything you just said. If you
But now
want to
to all
profit on
your
a
points,
community, it's helpful to be a member of the community. Yep.
now
Yes.
to all your points, which you're gonna love this one. So that's my stance. That's what I've done. And then one of my friends who actually did sell an internet company, he's watching me, and he thinks like you. He thinks I'm fucking nuts for owning these JPEGs. And he every day he's like, you know, he shows me his account for he does Tomb and FTM or whatever,
Yeah.
and he's like, look, for the price of a Bored Ape, I put this in FTM. I'm playing this DeFi game, whatever his DeFi game is. He's, you know, getting interest, getting his money later. And every now and then I get a text like, FTM had a crazy day the other day. He texts me, yo, I made a Bored Ape today, and like text me his account balance. And like he's taking the approach that like, dude, you're stuck in these JPEGs. I'm gonna go play DeFi with the same amount of money, and let's see how I turn out.
Well, look, all of this shit is going to dump 85% at some point. So it just matters. Like
Hex. The thing about Hex is it just does it more often. Like we've dumped 73%.
Richard, your audio changed something drastic.
Sounds
like you're in the toilet.
That would explain it.
Is it any better? Because I haven't moved.
I'm robotic.
I hope it gets better because like there's nothing I can change.
Can we talk about Pulse a little bit more rather than Gorilla NFTs? Seeing as we've got access to Richard.
Sure, if you want. I just like the reason I did so. It's important to note that the reason that I did this space was to talk about stuff I don't normally talk about, and was to authorize people to speak that, you know, I wanted to talk about other shit. So, NFT guy, I appreciate your having a chat with me because that was the idea of me doing this thing.
And I'm gonna back off because I could keep going, but yeah, I'd like to hear more about Pulse. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Hey, my pleasure, man. Thank you so much.
Do you mind if I ask a few questions, Richard?
Go, please hit me.
Yeah, I just want to start off by I appreciate the initiative that you've had with especially the second sacrifice. I'm from Australia, so the whole freedom of movement standpoint, especially with my situation, it's one of those things that I respect a lot that you're doing that, especially for people that are in Australia, mate. It's what's going on down here. I would have never expected this to be the case in terms of the lack of freedom, especially of movement now, depending on your medical choices. So a lot of the things I've heard you say in that standpoint is definitely on the same lines that I'm thinking as well.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I agree with you. It's disgusting. It's like I don't want to have these convos on Twitter because I don't want to get cancel cultured. So maybe Getter is better or something, you know?
Yep. But you mentioned you ran some simulations for Hex before launch to predict its potential dump. Have you run any simulations for the Pulse chain or PulseX?
Well, I'm going to try. Apparently my audio is totally wrecked. Is it still totally wrecked or did it fix?
Pretty robotic, but it's...
All right, I'm going to try rebooting this crap.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Easy.
We will fix this shortly. Marco, do you want to say anything while we're waiting for...
It's been great, man. Either he's in the bathroom or he's on the moon. But this has been great, man. I think this is a cool experience. New technology he's using. Listen, he reached, 11, almost 1,200 people, just like that. And I think he should do this more often. I think when he's done busy tweeting and stuff like that here and there, if he makes these little things more and more, people will be... I guess willing to jump on and have a conversation with him, or somebody will get tempted, like a hater, to join on and talk to him. So I think this is cool. And Maddie, I think this is phenomenal what you did, where you just put the stream to watch this and hear this. It's pretty cool. It looks like chat loves it. We have 240 people still watching. I think that's phenomenal. Guys, we have 283 likes. Phenomenal. It's a cool night.
Hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, this is pretty fun, man. It's pretty dope. My wife's like, babe, she called me. She's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm on stream. Gotta go. But it's cool, man. Like,
thanks for being here.
No worries. Thanks for the invite, man. I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm home chilling. The kids are to sleep. They're sleeping. So once I saw you guys went on, I was excited. I'd never missed Tuesday nights, man. You crazy?
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man. I love it. And the chat's going wild, man. They're still here. A lot of people are chatting away. They love what they're hearing from Richard. It was cool. That other guy sounded like he was the Toyota guy, so pretty cool. I know if Karim was here, he'd be having a blast. He'll love it. He'll go crazy. But this is great, man. I hope he does this more. This voice chat type of thing. But I think more people that that's interested in Richard from other communities, just to hear what he has to say. I think they don't have the time to jump on YouTube or jump into random live streams that he posts it. But if he does this Twitter thing, a lot of people wouldn't mind just clicking their phone, put their headphones on, and just walking around at work, hearing what he has to say. And so I think this could be a big way for him to reach out to other communities and other challengers, if he wants to say it that way. So I think it's genius to do it. And why not? Why not use Twitter's weapon against them? They're probably like, damn, man, we got to block this guy. But it's cool, man.
Yeah.
And I think you know what's funny, man. I think the stars is aligning for Richard. I think I don't want to jinx it, right? I think things are just getting better and better and better for him. Like in the past, in the previous interview, he said it. He's like, and he mentioned it. He's like, it's funny. He's like, he talks about persistence and replacing luck, etc., all this stuff. And he kept on saying, like, I get lucky and lucky and lucky and lucky. And so when you think about it, you're like, yeah, like the world lines up for him. If not, he forces it. So it's a beautiful thing. And we could be glad to say that's our founder. That's what's cool about that. So I love it, man. I love every minute about this.
Yeah, me too.
I could literally sit here all day, just hear the guy speak. And I'm not saying to fanboy or, cult or being blind, because listen, there's a lot of things Richard say that, we could all not disagree with and agree with, etc. But, when he speaks, I listen to certain things, I hear out for certain things. And, I see the gems coming out of his mouth, and he's just collecting them, man, because this guy, he really knows what he's talking about. He really does. And not many people know it, and if they do, not many people are willing to share it for free, and that's important, right? We learned this for free from him. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do any of this. The guy was a multimillionaire at a young age. In the interview, we just found out he was making about around, I don't like talking about other people's finances, but around $60 million a year before crypto, right? Like the guy was set in stone. Like he did not need to enter this space at all, and he did well for himself. He got ridiculed when finally he went against Bitcoin, and the past couple of years, everybody was treating him like the stepchild, and he could have walked away and said it was true at all. But
do you want to jump off here and jump on a Twitter Spaces and see if we can pick up a crowd of people that want to hear a little bit, and then we can hand it off to everybody else?
Say that again.
You want to jump on Twitter Spaces? Richard said he's not getting back on, but he doesn't mind if people fire up their own.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. So you want me to just try to jump on and tell people to join it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. I know we got 250 people watching here, but there's probably still 1,000 people who are hitting refresh on their their Twitter. So I'll go ahead and launch a space, and everybody can join in and see what happens.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's really fun to do these spontaneous things, and it's a good way to end the Quant Gang episode. So
absolutely, man. I'm down for it.
What should we call it?
Crypto going to zero. I'm not sure. You usually come up with these unique titles, so I just tag along.
Awesome. All right. Well, I am going to launch spaces now, and then I'll see if I can drop the link here before I kill the stream, and that way we can have a little transition out.
Yeah, but folks, if you heard that, Maddie's gonna make one. If you guys want to join that for a while, to hear it out, that'd be cool. It'd be great to hear everybody's voice in the chat. So that'd be cool. Just give me a few minutes here. I'll set it up. Richard Hart rug pulled. He just like, yeah, screw it. Screw this voice stuff. That's hilarious.
Awesome. It looks like people are joining. I'm going to create the link here.
All right, let me see if I can find it.
So we are getting the Twitter Spaces started. I am transitioning from the YouTube channel where 250 people are watching. So if people want to share out this link, go ahead and do it. And then we'll get some speakers here and get everything going.
Yep, I'm on right now. Perfect. And I'll start
Awesome.
showing the link.
Can you put the link in the private chat so I can share it here?
Hey, Maddie,
Yeah.
just want to
Give me a
say
second. Let me,
Awesome.
thank you.
Okay, 1 second. What is not? And I'll paste it here. Do you see it? I can hear you. For some reason, I don't.